on, Ichigo! Yahoo! Hi, everybody! I'm so sorry for the 40-minute plus an hour delay. I was trying to do something that should have taken 10 minutes and instead took 40 minutes because Google Slides wasn't working. And also because I added something else to my slides. But either way, it shouldn't have taken that long, but it did, and it's partially my fault. But I'm going to blame it on technology. Hello, everybody! Happy Sunday! It feels like Friday. It's hot as fuck. It's disgustingly hot out. Oh my gosh. And it's gonna be 105 degrees tomorrow with fucking 95% humidity. We dying. Let's go to hell, alright? Kinda here. Privyatiki, Arthur. Hello, Spike. Hello, Michael. Privyatiki. Hello, Meepy. I'm good. How are you? Minus the weather. I wish it was 80. Then again, like 85 is still pretty toasty, right? But it was so hot yesterday that it felt unreal. Like it felt like it was 95 degrees at night. It genuinely, like, you go out, your body would genuinely be kind of in pain because it was so fucking hot. I was in disbelief, bro. Skating and sleeping. How is your skate rink holding up? I bet that AC is pumping, bro. Oh, moving out. Are you like going back to like your college dorms? Or just switching apartments? Hellish. Even in the Slavic region? No, this is awful. I hope you're all doing well. Welcome to Anime Club meeting number 25 in this school that we all go to together. We've snuck in once again into this abandoned classroom over summer to come together and discuss anime together. I'm done with college. Oh wait, did you graduate? Oh, that's cool. So you're entering the unemployment market. And no freaking idea how much an F. Well, I think 38 degrees Celsius is 100 and something degrees. Thankfully it's not Celsius. Oh, it's awful, bro. But yeah, 105 is like 38. Right now it's 33. But it was 32 at night. At night yesterday at 12 a.m. it was 32 C. It's awful, bro. And it's funny because the Midwest doesn't even, it's not even by an ocean yet. We have this fucking climate. You would think we're in fucking Brazil or like the Amazon rainforest where it's just humid as hell for some reason, like a swamp. Congrats on graduating, Meepy. I think that's everything I wanted to say. Oh, also, I have really cool news. I unexpectedly moved up in the credit card world, and I think this deserves an announcement because I'm very, very proud of myself. In 2023, late 2023, early 2024, I developed a fixation on airport lounges because I flew in an airplane like 8 times in 2024, maybe more. And I was like, you know what would make this better is airport lounges. And I know that if I had the money to, I would like to travel. And to easy access to an airport lounge, easy in quotations, I realized that I wanted to have an American Express credit card of the premium variety. So I quickly started studying what I had to do to get an Amex card. And I learned that American Express cards are not easy to come by and that I would have to build my credit and start small. So I studied what card company I wanted and how I was going to move up. And I basically anticipated that I would need at least like 2 basic credit cards to move up in the world before ever thinking about American Express. So I recently paid off my credit card in full. I was in debt because I had a car repair, and that's the only reason I was in credit card debt. I don't make crazy credit card purchases. And I paid it off in full finally, and I was very happy about that. And then a couple of Amex card, what? But this guy is not American. I didn't know that they do business with other... I thought it was like American Express. I didn't know they did business with like non-Americans. Unless you're like a billionaire. But anyways, I got a letter in the mail. I got 2 letters in the mail from Amex, and I'm not the type to get giggly about fucking ads in the mail. My sister, at her grown age, would fucking flex. She would flex on me getting credit card ads in the mail. And for those who don't know, credit cards will send a fucking homeless person credit card ads. They want everybody to go into debt with them. They'll be like, hey, do you want to go into debt? Well, here's our card. They'll send you a little shitty cardboard cutout of what the card looks like to scale, so you can get the simulation of what it's like to hold a 3-inch by 2-inch passport to fucking up your future in your hands in advance. You can simulate that feeling with the envelope that they've given you, and they want you to work with them badly. So they will send credit card ads to everybody. And she was always flexing like, look, Discover wants me to do credit cards with them. CapFed wants me to do credit cards with them. Arvis wants me to do credit cards with them. And that is not a flex, bro, but she thought it was a flex for some reason. But what I do get excited for is premium credit card companies reaching out to me, because Amex, if I'm correct, will not even bank with you, or credit card bank with you, unless you've got your shit semi under control, because they offer so many benefits that it is a risk to even have someone go too bad into debt with them. So I unexpectedly woke up to 2 letters from Amex in the mail, a small one and a big one. So I was like, holy shit, I wonder what they're gonna share. So I open it, because there are some credit card companies, they will reach out to you if your credit is good enough, and my credit is pretty okay. So I opened up the small one first, and they were like, here's our Amex Blue card. And I was already excited about that, because the benefits on the Blue card were already significantly better than the benefits on my current credit card, which is not the worst credit card in the world. I was told when I paid for something with my credit card, someone told me, oh wow, that's like Amex Lite, and I don't really know if they were telling the truth or not, but either way, I was like, alright, it's not the worst credit card. I made a good choice. And the Amex Blue card was already pretty good. And so I was like, oh, well shit, I'll apply for that then, since they want me to apply. And so I was already giggly about that. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm getting my foot in the door with American Express. I'll have a premium card in my hands before I know it. And then I reached for the bigger envelope, and it is a pamphlet, for a rather high quality pamphlet for the Amex Gold card. And I was like, holy fucking shit, I was so fucking happy. So I immediately applied for that one online, and then I fucked it up and got declined instantly. But then I realized that how I fucked up, because I put in my gross income instead of my total income, and so they thought I was a broker bitch than I already am. But I fixed that shit, and now I have 2 Amex cards on the way. One of them is metal and pink, and I'm so fucking excited. I could cry. I genuinely didn't even think Amex would look... not Amex. Amex's AI robot that selects who they want to do business with. I didn't think that their robot would do business with me, or even look in my direction. But they did. I really thought I would have to wait till I was in my like late 20s to get my grippers on an Amex card, to even be spat on by an Amex employee. But lucky for me, I get to suck their toes a little earlier in my lifetime, and I am so excited. So I was thinking to do a fucking gold card unboxing, because I am that fucking giggly about it. I am so fucking excited. I'm so hyped, and it's all thanks to you guys, kind of, because I get to say that my income is higher than it originally was. So I just wanted to thank you guys, thank my day ones. We getting out of the ghetto, we getting out of the hood. Actually, do I live in the ghetto? I used to. X was giving me as a spare while they were reissuing my MasterCard card. Ah, a spare. Interesting. I don't. Isn't there like Amex Green too? I didn't even know Amex had a green card, but there's Amex Green, Amex Blue, Amex Gold, Amex. What's the silver one? Fucking shiny? Amex Shiny Edition? I don't know. It's nameless. Yellow Amex. Is it gold? Well, now I'm confused. Hold on. List of Amex cards. What an array. Okay, so there's the Business Platinum card, American Express Blue Business Cash card, Delta Sky Miles Gold Business American Express card, American Express Business Gold card. I think that's what I'm getting. The Plum card. The Plum card, Business Green Rewards card, the Blue Business Plus credit card, Delta Sky Miles Platinum Business American Express card, Marriott Bonvoy Business American Express card, Delta Sky Miles Reserve Business American Express card. These are just cards. Platinum card, American Express Gold, Blue. I thought there were only 4 or like 5. I don't know. I'm confused now. Either way, I have 2 on the way and I'm fucking hyped. Plum, your favorite color. My current card, it's gonna be metal, by the way. It's gonna be pink. I got a pink one and the first thing I'm gonna buy with it is a Geass. I'm so fucking hyped. I'm so hyped. I'm so excited. So I'm gonna do an unboxing. I might cry. I'm so fucking excited. Anyways, that's all I wanted to yap about before we get into Anime Club. I wanted to let you all know that we are moving up in the world. You know what I need to do actually? I need to have 2 separate screens so I stop moving shit around. Anime Club. There we go. Editing my scenes in real time. Okay, we're on Anime Club now. You guys didn't notice a difference, but we're just gonna move this around. It's a good size, right? And then I'm gonna move you over here. Hello, Bromog. How are you? Privyetiki, Katila. Okay. Yosh! Without further ado, Anime Club meeting number 25, Code Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellion. I have some thoughts about this anime, and it's gonna get grimy in here. We're gonna argue. Maybe. So, I kicked my rug and got it fucked up. Let me get in proper Anime Club neat positioning. Alright, anime meeting number 25 commence! Hajimemashou! We watched Code Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellion Season 1, not R2, Season 1. Before I get in, no spoilers yet. So here is our order of horseplay for today. Am I taking up too much space? Let me like shimmy over here. Here is our order. Well, now I feel like I'm cut in half. Also, scoot over there. Here is our order of horseplay for today. We're gonna do our icebreaker. We're gonna go over the anime overview and plot, so that you guys can decide if you haven't watched it, if you would like to. That way you can get out of here before you get spoiled. We're gonna discuss characters, OST, and other topics. Of course, like the knight in chest. Why did I read it as chest? Knight in chess? I get it, Code Geass reference. There was themery of chess in there, wasn't there? We're gonna do a fun fact. We're gonna get the elders' thoughts and my final opinion. And then we're gonna vote for our next anime. We are not watching an anime next week because we are going to catch up on the missed season overviews since Anime Club was on a hiatus. So next week we're going to go over spring 2026 animes, and then but we will I picked longer animes for the voting, so we will be watching animes that are long enough over the course of the week that we are doing the spring 2026 overview, and then 2 weeks from now we'll go over whatever anime we pick. Yosh! Here's our icebreaker. My question for you guys. What's an anime that you didn't want to like but ended up liking? Let me scoot the Twitch chat over. Do you mean older as in... elder as in one, or elders as in several? Elders as in several. Code Geass. Why didn't you want to like it? I wanted to like it. Okay. I'll go second. I was gonna say I'll go first, but I'll go second. Mine would be Higurashi. I have two. Mine would be Higurashi because I just know the original anime adaptation is known for being like shit and silly. And so I watched it just as like something to passively watch on the side while I'm doing shit. And it was stupid in ways, but there is interesting lore to the point where I would say it's a good story. So I went in there kind of expecting to laugh at it, and I I ended up, I guess, enjoying it. It's pretty good. My brother called Gurren Lagann mediocre and hyped up Kokias and even Gilly. Gurren Lagann is peak, bro. Why would you want to like any anime in advance? Do you mean dislike? Either way, I don't know. I guess it's like if people hype it up, they make it seem like it's gonna be a great experience, and it's like I want whatever they're experiencing, and then I end up not. Or I guess the reverse. I dislike the fandom. I dislike something about the anime, but I give it a try and I end up liking it, which is what the icebreaker is. My second one is Blood Sea. I've talked about this for a bit. That Blood Sea is kind of like satire in a way and how it's viewed, because it is so gory, and it's usually only known in like fucking anime gore compilations. For just, it has cartoonishly ridiculous gore that makes no sense at all. When you watch it, you're like, what the fuck is happening? This makes no sense. Why does nobody care? Why is the fucking military not getting involved? And I've said this before, but the final episode, I was watching it passively as well. I said it took me 5 years, I think, to watch it because I did not really put any effort into watching it at all. I would watch like one episode a month, and I hated every episode I watched. Not hated, but I was like, wow, this is really bad. And then I just move on to whatever I wanted to watch more. And the final episode or two really like changed my perspective on it to the point where I immediately hunted down all of the related media and immediately watched the movie and almost cried. Like, it made me feel some sort of way, bro. And I still gotta watch the rest of the media. But yeah, those are my two that I didn't want to like, but liked, was Higurashi and Blood Sea. That one scene with the 6-armed samurai was pretty okay. In Higurashi or Blood Sea? I think Blood Sea. Blood Sea is kind of creepy though. I love Higurashi, one of my favorites. Vienna is also nice. I like this atmosphere of Japanese village. It is really, they did a very good job. It's interesting how, like, a bad anime adaptation can really just like fuck up how people view a manga or the source material. And the anime adaptation wasn't necessarily the worst. I think it's just the art style and how they executed it. I'm doing well. How are you? How's your health? It's good. It's doing better. Thank you, Bromag. I had a rough week there. I'll share for anybody who's nosy and would like to know why this week was so fucking rough. So, spoiler alert, women problems, and not quite in the way you would think. So, when I was like 16 or 17, I think around 16, I just kind of, when my health got worse, I just kind of like stopped having a period. And I would sometimes get like fake ones, and I saw Iron Mouse talk about this, so I'm comfortable talking about it now. But Iron Mouse talked about how she would also get, well, how her period came back, and before this she would get what's it called, phantom symptoms. So if you're a girl and something happens with your health, or if you're too stressed out, it can fuck with your period really bad, and sometimes it'll just come early, sometimes it'll hurt more, sometimes you'll bleed more, or sometimes it'll just go away. And so or it'll be irregular, or you'll just bleed for fucking 3 months and 3 months straight. I had a friend who had that happen. There was a time when I was having 2 periods a month. Pretty sucky. But for the last like chunk of my life, I lost it, and if I did get it, it was kind of like a nothing, and I would mainly just get phantom symptoms, or it just kind of wouldn't happen at all. Because even if you lose your period and your body can't produce a period anymore, your hormonal cycle is still doing its thing, so you're still gonna get like whatever symptoms you have of it. You're just not gonna have a period. So it looks different for me, but sometimes my body will like attempt to have one and it doesn't really work very well. And so it'll just fucking cramp and cramp and cramp, and then like frantically attempt to make me bleed, and there's just like nothing happening, and it makes me feel like shit. Or it will like I don't even know how to describe it, some weird shit will happen where it's like a fake period almost. So because I don't have a regular one, or sometimes I'll just not have one or most times, I only really recently started getting phantom pains for a while, because I would just go like years without even having phantom pains or phantom symptoms. But because it's ever since I moved back to America, you know, I'll blame it on America, okay? In Japan I didn't have these problems, but since I moved back to America, my phantom symptoms have gotten so much worse. And I feel like this can be said for any health or like general. I've had all sorts of things that have gotten worse. Like my skin has gotten so much worse since moving to America, but it has just like progressively gotten worse and worse and worse and worse every month in America, where I'm just like in debilitating pain and not even having a normal period. So I'm not really sure what's going on, but it sucks really bad. And also when you're a girl and your body doesn't have a period, that's also not good, because I see a lot of girls on TikTok where they're like, oh my gosh, I heard that like sick people or like underweight people miss their periods, and I am so jealous. I'm so jealous of you guys. It hurts more in a way, because the whole point of like a period is that your uterine lining is not supposed to stay in there that long. So if you can't have a period and you're not expelling the blood, I don't know if there's much studies on this. There probably is. I haven't researched it, but that's not good. It's something that's supposed to leave the body isn't leaving the body, especially for a long period of time. It's like, I've seen some people say it's like ridding your body of toxins, especially when you're having phantom pains. It's like, for all I know, my uterine lining is just floating in my uterus right now, and it never got pushed out. It's not supposed to happen, but it happens. And so it's very, very rough when I have more severe phantom pains each month, and it generally makes me feel like I'm fucking sick and dying and I can't move. So I was just kind of like glued to the floor and glued to my bed, and I couldn't even get on my computer or shower, and it sucked. But for anybody who's nosy, I just wanted to share, because I'm a nosy ass bitch myself. And anytime a YouTuber is like, oh sorry guys, I had some shit going on, I'm like, oh, tell me, tell us, don't be shy, tell the class. Though of course I don't say that in the comments. But for anybody who's nosy, that's what happened, and it took me forever to realize too, because because it's just phantom pains. I don't really have to track it monthly, because it's not like anything is really gonna happen. But as I said, it's been getting worse and worse to the point where it does affect me. more accurately in the way that it affects other women. So I probably should start tracking it, but I just kind of don't pay attention to it. But it just kind of causes a general fucking flare up of everything as of recently, where I can't even really do anything. So that's what happened. So pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. But yeah, it sucks because I feel like fandom pains are almost, I feel like they're worse than an actual period. I think I already said that, but I think to me it's worse. Especially because it's like your body is doing all this fucking straining for no reason. But yeah, if let me de-taboo fucking chronic illness traits. There you go. Yo, hello Toaster, how are you? But yeah, my animes I didn't want to like and ended up liking are Higurashi and Blood Sea. So, tsugi. So the anime that we watched the past fucking year was Code Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellion, for anybody who hasn't watched it and is thinking about it. Here is the info. It was released in fall 2020, or what, the 2026, fall 2006. It has an 8.71 rating on Mal, 8 out of 10, or I guess if we round up 9 out of 10. 25 episodes. We had a lot of time to think on this season, I guess. Oh yeah, we did. I had a lot of time to think. 25 episodes, and it is rated R. The synopsis is, in the year 2010, the Holy Roman Empire. The Holy Empire of Britannia is establishing itself as a dominant military nation, starting with the conquest of Japan, renamed to Area 11, after its swift defeat. Japan has seen a significant resistance against these tyrants in an attempt to regain independence. Lelouch Lamperouge, a Britannian student, unfortunately finds himself caught in a crossfire between the Britannia and the Area 11 rebel armed forces. He is able to escape, however, thanks to the timely appearance of a mysterious girl named Cece, who bestows upon him Geass, the power of kings, realizing the vast potential of his newfound power of absolute obedience. Lelouch embarks upon a perilous journey as the masked vigilante known as Zero, leading a merciless onslaught against Britannia in order to get revenge once and for all. I almost choked. So if that sounds interesting to you, and you would like to watch it before coming back and watching the VOD, get out of here. If you have started watching it and haven't finished, we will be going over it episode by episode, so there should be no spoilers, so you can leave once we get to the episode that you are on, so you can watch spoiler-free. So yeah, without further ado, last warning before we get into the episodes and dissecting, I have a lot of thoughts to share. Alright, going once, going twice, going thrice. On we go. Oh, let me wait, is honey in Russian Solnoishka? It seems like it. Honey, I sympathize with you. I hug you. Oh, spasibo. I hug you too, Bromog. Let me read. Solnoishka, я тебя сочувствую. Oh my god, сочувствую. Did I read that right? That was so, I butchered that so bad. Обнимаю тебя. Спасибо. Спасибо. Okay. Here we go, Yosh, ikuzo. Episode 1. So, I'll read this little synopsis. Lucky for me, there were pretty good synopsises on the episodes. The past anime clubs, usually, because the animes we watch don't have synopsises on Mal in a condensed manner, I would have to go through like these 12 paragraph synopsises on Wiki and then condense them into like what would fit on the screen. But anyways, we have episode 1, the day a new demon was born. Actually, I have my notes here. Before I get into dissecting the episodes, I would like to say, one, I just watched season 1, so perhaps a lot of my critiques will disappear after watching season 2, because season 2, Arc 2, does have a higher rating than season 1. So bear in mind I'm going off of only the first 25 episodes of season 1. Secondly, if I seem critical or more critical of Code Geass or animes recently, that's because Anime Club has taught me a lot about, I don't know, media literacy and looking into media and dissecting media, and I don't know if it's the same for you guys, but I feel like the first couple Anime Club meetings, I was very like, oh, this is a good anime, this is a good anime, this is a good anime, good episode, I liked it, and I feel like the more anime clubs we do, I get better at really wording how I felt about certain things and tones and themes and undertones. So I apologize if I seem extra critical and bitchy of things. I promise I'm not, but I will articulate how I feel and why I feel that way, as always. But anyways, so episode 1, the day a new demon was born. Here's the synopsis. The story follows Lelouch v. Britannia, exiled prince of Britannia. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, never mind. I was gonna do something, but I forgot we already did it. Exiled prince of Britannia who is living under the identity as Lelouch Lamperouge. Well, I'm gonna glaze no matter what. Okay, have fun. His former identity was declared dead 7 years ago. When Britannia conquered Japan, now renamed Area 11, in the present, Lelouch is trapped inside an anti-government terrorist truck as it flees from the Britannian military after stealing a container of poison gas. During the pursuit, Lelouch is reunited with his Japanese friend, Suzaku Kururugi, who is part of the military. The container opens and reveals a girl with green hair, causing Suzaku's superior to issue an execution order on all the witnesses. Jesus Christ. Suzaku refuses and is shot while Lelouch flees with the girl. Cornered by the military, the girl gives Lelouch a power called Geass before dying. She fucking died. With it, Lelouch commands his attack. I don't know why it split like that. Commands his attackers to kill themselves. So, this anime, the episode 1 gets straight into it, and it is a very interesting premise because I was told when starting watching this that it is as good as Fullmetal Alchemist, and I would say the Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood is one of the best animes out there, if not the best. I have my pen, I'm clicking it angrily. So, I was told by a lot of people who like Fullmetal Alchemist that Code Geass is as good, very similar, and I think they say I'm going to eviscerate you for what you scored this as, by the way. I'm gonna put my score at the end. You guys will see it. It's a score. So I've seen a lot. I was very excited to watch this because I wanted the same experience as Fullmetal. As I said, Fullmetal, we watched Fullmetal entirely. All, was it 74 episodes? All 74 episodes. So we had more media to consume and dissect. And when I first watched Fullmetal, the first 1 or 2 episodes, I was not really hooked. I think maybe even the first 8. I was watching it as a normal anime, but I did not feel about it how I feel about it now. Or like how I felt about it mid-watch. But the first episode of Fullmetal, I was like, wow, that was boring. That was bad, dare I say. I'm not interested. But then I put it on the voting list and it won. And it was like the best experience of my life. I was watching it hot as fuck on the floor throughout the end of summer break and at the beginning of the school year. And it was peak, bro. It was peak. And so I was very, very excited to watch Code Geass because a lot of cut content from FMA. I think FMA had a lot of like, and actually I haven't read the manga, so I don't know, but FMA had a lot of like added content, but still pretty good. To be fair, I wouldn't put Code Geass on Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood level until season 2, so that's fair. Oh good, I'm glad. I'm glad you get what I'm putting down. So, yeah, I was very excited. I was expecting to have a life-changing experience that fills me with a lot of emotion. And at least as far as the first 25 episodes, I didn't really feel that. I tried to approach it the first episode. The first episode hooked me better than the first episode of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood did. So I was hyped up enough, but it kind of lost me after, like, I think episode 8 or 9. I wasn't completely off board yet, but I feel like I was waiting for a whole lot of shit that didn't happen, I guess. So episode 1, I wrote that I felt it was a pretty... Oh wait, I feel like people draw comparisons to this in Full Metal because they both kind of focus on the aspect of what it's like to live in a colonized state or a terrorist state or both, or a colonial terrorist state. And I think that's why people say it's similar. But I think what Full Metal Alchemist does properly... This is like watching half of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood going, oh, so many plot holes and unresolved storylines. I'm sorry. When you're Leah boy. I know, but to be fair, this came out in 2006 and season 2 came out in 2008. So there was a big gap. So this is all a lot of people had for like a year. But I think that Full Metal focuses more on the people in a more organic way, whereas this show makes the whole colonization thing a really big... It's really supposed to be 150 episode season. Have I made a mistake? Yeah. I feel like this focuses way more on colonization and living under... Does this count as an apartheid? I guess. Living under a occupied government, whatever you want to call it, occupied, colonized place. And it doesn't really... For how much it focuses on it, I feel like it's not as fleshed out as it could be in terms of writing and realism in the characters. And yeah, I don't want to see anything else until we get to the later episodes. So I wrote, after watching episode 1, that I felt that the first episode in the world that we're put in is a pretty good representation of a colonized state, and how some of the colonized may be comfortable or even sympathize with the colonizer and want to fight with them, or in general be indifferent to the world they live in now and just be very passive and not really care to resist. But there will be resisting groups, because most of the people are bad and don't give a fuck about genocide. You're confusing character flaws with writing flaws. Nuh-uh, I haven't said anything about character and writing yet. But I will. I'll get into it. So yeah, that's episode 1. I think that's everything I'd like to say that wouldn't go into just reviewing the plot of the episode. Oh, I'm gaslighting you, bro. I never said anything that you disagree with ever. Everything I say, everybody agrees with always, forever. But yeah, that's episode 1. It started really strong, and I quite enjoy Lelouch here. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I thought it was nicely written. It was pretty good start. Especially the Geass power. I thought that was cool as fuck. So, episode 2, the White Knight Awakens. First of all, the mechs, are they mechs? Are Gundams and mechs the same thing? Best main character in history, by the way. Nuh-uh. The mechs being named Nightmares are cool as fuck. That's so cool. So, Lelouch is questioned by Valletta Nu, the brown hot lady with brown, shiny, jiggly boobies, about the dead soldiers. Using Geass, he orders her to give him her nightmare frame, a giant mechanical robot. Lelouch then leads the terrorist group to combat Viceroy Clovis at La Britannia's army, forcing them to utilize the experimental nightmare frame Lancelot, piloted by Suzaku. Lancelot defeats the terrorist group while Lelouch holds Clovis at gunpoint and orders him to withdraw his army. Is this the episode where Clovis, like, dies? I could be wrong. I thought it was at the end. Except for like 4 of them. I think there's only like five characters in the character slide I put on here, so yeah, so this is like when we see his childhood friend is a soldier for the army. And honestly, this episode, I really thought, I mean, with how I feel now, looking back on it, I dislike it, but, or I would dislike it if I knew what I knew now, but looking back on it, I thought that this episode and Suzaku's character is fine here. When he saved the people falling, I was like, oh wow, I see. It's showing the blah 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 duality of man. And how there's good people in the army. And I think it also shows how the Japanese are still scared of nightmares because they are tools of colonization. But after watching, I see that Suzaku is just kind of an exception. Why did I say it so American? Suzaku, not Suzaku. Suzaku is just more of an exception, and the other nightmares still very regularly just fucking kill Japanese people all the time. So I think it was more of a statement on his character, which I think is obvious, but I was kind of like, oh, it's showing how it can be hard to dislike your government that now occupies you, because it is their government. It's everybody's government that's here. How, like, after a while, blah blah blah, once the war's over, it kind of blanket levelly goes back to normal, and the army allegedly fights for everybody there. Army or law enforcement. I don't know if I guess the nightmares count as the army. But yeah, I enjoyed this scene because I was like, ooh, so what's the word? Just duality. I liked Suzaku and Lelouch's dynamic until about halfway through the season. But here I thought we were still off to a very good start. And then all I wrote for episode 2 was his ass. I don't know what scene I was talking about. I think we saw Suzaku's big jiggly ass in his tight little suit that he wears. And I wrote that the best friends battling plot is so badass. Those are my thoughts. And I think in this episode they might have faced each other. I could be wrong. But yeah, so this introduces the dynamic where Lelouch is fighting masked as an anti-colonial force, and his best friend is fighting on the side of the colonizers, basically, because his best friend in general just wants to be in law enforcement and help people. And his best friend has a very strong urge for justice and law and order. Tight and jiggly. Yeah, true. Get this guy true. So episode 3, The False Classmate. Having reason to suspect the death of Marianne V. Britannia, his mother, was planned by one of his relatives, Lelouch questions Clovis about her murder before killing him. He's a government meat writer, basically. He is, bro. He returns to Ashford Academy and realizes his classmate Colin Studfield is part of the terrorist group. Using Geass, he learns about her motivations for joining the terrorist group and discovers Geass only works once per person. Wait, it does? Once per person? I did not know that, bro. Or maybe I forgot because it was like episode 3. I swear I remember him using Geass on someone multiple times. But anyways, Callan suspects Lelouch's involvement in the previous battle, but is fooled when Lelouch prepares a pre-recorded phone call. Soon after, the news announces Suzaku is convicted for Clovis's murder and is to be trialed. This is when I first got pissed off about Suzaku, because in the first episode, you don't listen to the fucking show. I do, bro. I do. I was paying such good attention. Oh my god, my water. Okay, it's okay. It didn't spill. It fell like immediately on my computer. That could have been bad. The stream would have just made a beeping sound and then fucking ended. All I had today was a fucking date covered in chocolate. And it didn't taste the best. But I'm trying to gaslight myself to like dates. I've had to explain shit from the previous episode several times to you. No. I'm the best pay attentioner ever. I have my notebook. But anyways, the first episode, Suzaku is a perfectly law-abiding citizen, law-abiding soldier, perfect government dick rider, and then his superiors immediately fucking turn on him and shoot him. All for trying to be a good soldier, and for some reason this experience and also the fact that he witnessed the government fucking kill his entire people and then colonize them, nothing about that really sparks the thought in him that maybe the government is corrupt. He just cannot accept that. So, and also when he's framed for the murder, this also doesn't persuade him that the government's corrupt. He just cannot fathom that the government is a bad body of people. He hates it. He loves dick riding the government. And it makes him very insufferable to have on the screen. And my episode 3 notes were pretty interesting because he's a bad person. I think most people would disagree. I really do. Next, episode 4, wasn't Suzaku's whole thing, I'm gonna fix the government from the inside? Yeah, he's just like a black person who becomes a police officer, pretty much. And it never fucking works. It never works. The false classmate, episode 4. Can we just admire how tough this picture of Zero / Lelouch is at the bottom? Lelouch is hot. Lelouch is a cutie. Well, most people are wrong. Suzaku sucks ass. Yeah, but I think a lot of people like Suzaku. I'll explain why later. He's cool as fuck. Jeremiah Gottwald in the Pure Bloods. High schooler, by the way. No, he turns 18 later. Kind of. In season 2. And he looks the same. Jeremiah Gottwald and the purebloods within the Britannian army wish to scapegoat Suzaku for Clovis's death as an excuse to rid the army of honorary Britannians. Citizens who almost 23. No. Look at him, bro. He doesn't look like a child. It's not like he's a Shotokan. That's like saying I'm bad for thinking Steve Harrington is hot. And Steve Harrington is 30 and he plays a high schooler. It's a boy! Boy! Are we sure? I think Suzaku looks younger. I don't know who that is. He's from Stranger Things. Jeremiah Gottwald and the purebloods within the Britannian army wish to scapegoat Suzaku for Clovis's death as an excuse to rid the army of honorary Britannians. Citizens who become Britannians after their country had been conquered. Lelouch dons the pseudonym Zero, and with the help of Colin and Kaname Ogi, uses Geass on Jeremiah, allowing them to escape with Suzaku as Zero. I remember like 70% of this. LARPer. As Zero, Lelouch. Oh my god, Lelouch. What the fuck? Okay, I skipped to the word against, and I was like, where was I? Lelouch asks Suzaku to join him to rebel against Britannia. Suzaku refuses, believing Britannia should be changed with legal means, and departs for his trial. So, Zero risks his life and his allies' lives to save his best friend, and then his best friend is like, yeah, I know the government's corrupt and racist and hates me for being Japanese and killed all my people, and I know that they're gonna rig the trial against me, and I know I'm probably gonna die and be found guilty, but that's fine, because even after I'm dead, I'm gonna change the system from the inside. Suzaku lives in fucking La La Land, and I think he is a risk to Lelouch, and after this point, I really wished that Lelouch would wake up and stop trying to be involved with Suzaku, but he does, and Lelouch is involved with a lot of people who would essentially snitch on him immediately. Lelouch risks his operation multiple times, and Suzaku is cemented from this episode on as a very stupid character, annoying as fuck and frustrating. And I really don't know how else to describe Suzaku other than like a coon, but Japanese. He is awful on so many levels later on. And I won't spoil because we're in episode 4. But Lelouch seems to not be able to get that through his head and stays friends with Suzaku. Even though I think it's pretty confirmed. I think Suzaku said this himself that he values the state more than Lelouch. And I think most people who like Suzaku and enjoy this dynamic of the show, because for me it's just frustrating. I think they view Suzaku and Lelouch as the duality of man and two sides of the same coin, and wow, they're polar opposites, and this is so interesting seeing two childhood friends fight like this. When I think a lot of people view Suzaku as wanting justice and Lelouch for wanting justice at the same time, and I think they think that the show, at least as far as the first 25 episodes go, I think they think that it is a perfect representation of how this sort of touchy subject of a post-colonized state, because I think that Britannia is comparable to America, not in the aspect that it's literally America on the map, but in terms of modern day post-colonized America. I think it's compared to that when people are like, oh, you should give the Native Americans back their land, and everyone's like, oh, but what about all these people that already live here? What about them? You're gonna fucking move them all over the place and ruin their livelihood? I think it's comparable to that. And I think people like the anime as far as this season, because they're looking at it that way, of like, oh, it highlights how difficult this situation is and how both sides have valid points and all that. I think that's what people think this storyline is portraying perfectly. And I don't think it is. I think it is just, I think Suzaku and Lelouch really are just kind of the same person. I think they're both stupid, and I think they're both very surface level thinkers, and I think it is funny that Lelouch doesn't have a bit of Japanese blood and is fighting on the side of the Japanese rebels, and Suzaku is Japanese and fights on the side of the people who hate Japanese people. I think that part is interesting, and I think it's deliberate, but other than that, I think they are painted as like Suzaku being this like guy that is very traditional justice and only wants the best for everybody and is very pure-hearted and doesn't want to hurt anybody, and Lelouch is this more solid, hard fist of justice that would rather fight and get justice abruptly. But both of them want the same things, right? I think that's how people view this part of the series. And I don't think that's what it is at all. I think they're both just bad, and I think later on I'll talk about that, but he doesn't care about Japan, he just wants Britannia to fall, and he's using Japan as a means to an end. Yes. That's what I would like to say. And I mean, that's cemented later and throughout the series, but I feel like a lot of people kind of, not that Lelouch is, I know that Lelouch is like the face of God syndrome. In the 2010s, there was like all these Dury type lists and anime archetype lists, and he was used as the face of like badass main characters who think that they're better than everyone else and all this, who are bad people. And I think that a lot of people, based on what I saw in the reviews and how other people talk about the show, I think a lot of people are like, oh yeah, Lelouch is a bad person with God syndrome because he fights on the rebels' side and he kills people, and that's why he's bad, but he's still fighting for a semi-understandable cause. And I think they're not really, they don't grasp that Lelouch is just a selfish person, and he uses the Japanese rebels and the Japanese cause for his rather small-minded issues, if we're being blunt. And I think, I mean, as I said, like, I've seen people say that he's a bad person because of his violence and his tactics. But I think even if you're someone who does not give a shit about murder, he's still a very bad person. I think that's what a lot of people, what I've seen, don't grasp. In terms of media literacy. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that's what I would like to say about Lelouch. And I think after this episode, I realized that because I knew that he wasn't, like, a good person. Spoilers at the end of season 1. I knew that it was already submitted that Lelouch is a bad person, but I feel like when people say he's a bad person, they're talking about different aspects of him in 2 different ways, and Suzaku is not a good person either, bro. Suzaku is worse than Lelouch in ways, but I think that they are both kind of up there in the order of fucking the asshole competition. So, episode 5, The Princess and the Witch. Lelouch is reunited with the green-haired girl who introduces herself as Cece and is now living in his residence. Meanwhile, Sincere revealed he was Clovis's murderer. Suzaku has been acquitted of all charges and meets Princess Euphemia, Britannia. Euphemia has Suzaku guide her around Japan, including the war-torn city of Shinjuku. There, the two intervene with the pure blood faction's murder attempt on Jeremiah for his betrayal. Later, Cornelia Britannia arrives to the country intent on capturing Zero. So this episode kind of reignited my interest in the series because I thought this dynamic was really cute at first. I thought that Euphemia, Euphemia, I don't know if I pronounced that right. Euphemia, I thought that she was very cute. I thought she was a lovely representation of the out-of-touch politician who only wants good but doesn't really pay attention to that much stuff. And I thought her befriending Suzaku was really cute as well, and I thought it was very clear that she's a pure of heart person who does not want to hurt anybody, Japanese or not. And I thought her getting this little crush on Suzaku and vice versa was going to be kind of a really nice, solid relationship throughout the series. But as time went on, I just kind of got irritated at them, but for now, that's what I thought about this episode, and I thought that Euphemia kind of reminded me of Nia from Gurren Lagann for a second, but more so, she reminds me of the princesses of the Ko Empire from Maggie. in the sense of, like, when your government or your army is waging war on people, but you personally, your politics don't agree with that sort of stuff, so you go and you talk to the locals and all that and see what you can do back at home. She kind of reminded me of that, but she did not really stick to that archetype for long, I want to say. Though there, yeah, I think that's all I want to say now. She doesn't stray too far from this image I had of her at first, but other than that, that's all I want to say on this episode. So episode 6, I heard you didn't like Code Geass. I'm sorry. I didn't dislike it. I didn't rate it lower than average. The Stolen Mask, episode 6. Suzaku transfers into Lelouch's class and faces the prejudice of the Britannian students. Arthur, a stray cat, enters Lelouch's room and steals his Zero mask. Millie Ashford, believing Arthur has something that embarrasses Lelouch, has the whole school pursue the cat with a bounty. When Suzaku catches up to the cat on the roof, Lelouch pretends to slip, forcing Suzaku to save him. Lelouch secretly— I didn't realize that he pretended to slip. I thought he just slipped in general. Lelouch secretly retrieves the mask, and Suzaku's heroic save allows some of the students to accept him. The students attend an assembly where Charles Z. Britannia, the Emperor and Lelouch's father, delivers a speech during Prince Clovis's funeral. So, I actually liked this episode. I thought that this was a nice, characterization episode where we really got to get to know Lelouch and how he and his classmates interact outside of the overarching plot. And I think some would call this a filler episode, but I honestly think that this series needed more episodes like this. I think maybe making it like 30 episodes would have been good before the really nitty-grittiness of the conflict comes out. So I appreciated this episode because, to me, episodes like this are what get us attached more to these characters, and also to kind of have heavier oh shit moments when things happen that damages the characters' relationships. And I think we only really got like off the top of my head, this episode and the school festival episode were the only ones where we really got to see them interact casually in day-to-day life in a long-term setting. I think if we wanted to, we could lump in the episode where they were taking a trip and then got held as hostages, but that one still was pretty serious later on. But I do think these episodes are like nice little breaks from the serious topics, and I do love when an episode is just like back to back to back to back, like, or episode, when a series is back to back to back to back, really heavy topics and nitty-gritty plot and things like that. But I think for this series they could have done to put a couple more in, and because of this, I feel like this episode and the other one I mentioned are the only ones I really have to go off of for these characters, Lelouch's classmates and Suzuku's classmates, and how Suzuku interacts with Lelouch outside of when they're fighting behind their masks. Aside from like of course the scenes of all of them together that we have in every episode, this and like one or two others are the only long-term episodes where we get to see how they interact. So I enjoyed this episode. I thought it was fun seeing Lelouch in his normal self. I also want to add that Lelouch didn't really take any sort of a stand on his big plan until he got Geass, and I think that really shines light on what a like wimpy person he really is, because he did not do much at all until he got a power that puts him above everyone else. I think if he had never, I mean, I know if he had never gotten Geass, he would have just kind of stayed dead legally and not really done anything. Yeah, Nina's racist, and I think it's also interesting. I mean, we don't have any proof that Lelouch really believes Japanese people are people, because he just manipulates them, but on the surface he's siding with them, but he never really corrects her, and her peers don't really correct her either. So for me, all of them hate Japanese people as well. And also, Suzuku never stands up for himself, because Suzuku would love to have everything relating to Japan stripped from his identity. I'm convinced that Suzuku hates being Japanese. So he doesn't really correct them much either. And he does not really give a shit when he receives racism for being Japanese. He does think of them as people, he just doesn't care about people. Oh, okay. Thanks for clearing that up. So, it's episode 6. Yeah, I wrote that Lelouch's best friend has an annoying savior complex, which I think we've cemented that already. But in this episode, Lelouch is looking for the cat thing, and the cat mask that the cat has, cat thing, and Suzuku is basically fucking fighting for his life to get his hands on that cat mask for no real reason. He's just like, oh my gosh, I need to get my hands on that thing. And it's probably subliminally just Suzuku wanting to appear like one of the good ones. But still, Suzuku is like annoying, and Suzuku gets in the way. Suzuku doesn't really help unless we are talking about such like one situation where Suzuku and Lelouch have to work together. And I feel like that situation was kind of out of nowhere, just to just to cement the fact that Suzuku is a allegedly good person, But I still don't think he is. I think he has a selfish savior complex. And I think a lot of people wouldn't see him as that, is what I gathered from the rest of the fandom. Next episode, Attack Cornelia, episode 7. Howdy, hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you, Europe. I hope you're having a good day. Lelouch reminisces about his last meeting with his father, shortly after his mother's death. Lelouch questions Charles about it and is exiled to Japan along with his sister Nunnally via Britannia. Cornelia issues a challenge to Zero at Saitama Ghetto. Lelouch accepts and infiltrates a soldier's nightmare while giving orders to the Saitama rebels. The rebels disobey Lelouch's orders and are defeated. That scene was funny as fuck, by the way, just like nobody listening to him. Cornelia, I hate Cornelia, bro. Cornelia, having anticipated that Zero would disguise himself as one of her soldiers, prepares an inspection. Lelouch is saved when Cece, disguised as Zero, distracts the Britannian army, allowing him to escape. Lelouch blames his defeat on the undiscipled rebels and resolves to build his own army. This episode was kind of a come the fuck on moment because I was really invested seeing Lelouch's ego and bad planning get the best of him. I was kind of like, oh shit. I love when there's a character that has a lot of power, seemingly like OP, and they get humbled really hard, and it ups the risk of like, oh, we really can't do anything we want as the viewer who watches through the main character. And so when she was doing the mech check and she was like, all the soldiers have to raise their things, and Lelouch was basically fucked, I was really invested, and then Cece just saves him. And I think she does this like 3 more times. Or more? Not in terms of just Cece saving him, because she saves him a lot, but I'm talking about her dressing as Zero and saving him. And I'm aware that her dressing as Zero is like a whole nother point where they can like appear that Lelouch isn't Zero because they appear in the same spot at the same time, I think. And I'm aware that that's its whole other theme, but it just felt like plot armor, and I really felt like, or not plot armor, character, let me think. Yeah, plot armor, character having plot armor around them, kind of like Stranger Things. I will say this series reminded me of Stranger Things in the sense of like a girl who has not telekinesis kind of, but like neurological powers on other people, things like that. It kind of reminded me of that, but the characters have plot armor around them. I was really hoping that one of his classmates would die. We kind of get that later, but none of his classmates really die, and yeah, there's just like general plot armor around the characters, and I feel like this episode cemented that for me, because I was really hoping that we would get to see something happen when she was doing the check and Lelouch was going to be outed. I was hoping they would do something with him using his Geass on Cornelia, and then like as I learned earlier, he wouldn't be able to use that on her later. I was really hoping it would go that direction, but it didn't. And I really wish it went a different direction, but it kind of, I was just like, oh, come on, like, what are the chances? But anyways, moving on to episode 8, I might take a break and get water because I ran out of water. And I might get a snack because my tummy is grumbling. But yeah, BRB, I'll take a little intermission. Chotomate, water break. Be back in a second. Hello. I return. I have coconut water. Okay. Are we on? Okay, no, we're past this episode. I was like, is this the one that the episode that we got to, or that we just went over? Let me have some of my coconut water. Okay. Next episode. The Black Knights, episode 8. The Japan Liberation Force, a Japanese terrorist group, takes a hotel and its occupants hostage, including Lelouch's friends and a disguised Euphemia. As such, Cornelia cannot make a move against the hostage takers, which Lelouch realizes and takes advantage of. He mounts a rescue operation with Ogi's resistance cell, and as he speaks with the hostage takers, Suzaku sinks the floating hotel using the Lancelot. However, Lelouch derails any rescue efforts made by the army, so he can take credit for the rescue. Broadcasting publicly to the nation, he announces the creation of the Black Knights, allies of justice who will protect the weak from those in power. I thought this episode was cool. I wasn't like, because I won't say I dislike Code Geass, okay? I'm just gonna say I didn't think that it was worth the hype. Because I've been hearing about this anime since I was like a tot, alright? I've been hearing about it since I was like 8. When did it come out again? 2006? I've been hearing about it my whole life, bro. And I've been very excited to experience it. And so I wouldn't say it's a bad anime, alright? I don't hate it. So I thought that this scene was cool as fuck. When they announced the Black... I did pay attention. I rewatched the first 8 episodes twice. When they announced the Black Knights, I thought that shit was tough as fuck. I enjoyed this episode. I wasn't quite sure why Suzaku is a soldier. Or, yeah, soldier knight at his age, because they're high schoolers. I would have thought in the sphere, in the environment they're in, where they already don't trust Japanese people to be in the army, I would think that having, let alone being a teenager in Japanese, wouldn't really get you very far, but he operates a giant Gundam. So anyways, I thought this episode was cool. When it started, the government loves hiring high schoolers, though. I guess you're right. When this episode started, I was excited because it showed all of his classmates on the train, and I was expecting to have kind of like a fun little vacation episode where we would finally get to see more about his peers and how they interact and how they feel, other than just being like your typical rich high schoolers that don't really care much about human rights that affect them. Yeah, so I was kind of excited, and I was kind of sad that it got interrupted so suddenly, where it was just like, oh, this hotel has hostages, here's the main characters on the screen, they're hostage, let's go. I was kind of looking forward to a different kind of episode, and I feel like they could have fit this plot later on to where we had more time with them, but I get why they did it that way. Because the ending was pretty cool. And I think it does, I enjoyed how there are different, like, anti-colonial factions that don't always agree with each other. I thought that was interesting. So yeah, this episode, this episode kind of re-hyped my interest after the disappointment of the last episode. Next. Actually, let me see. Okay, I wrote that there was an interesting terrorist plot. I did think when they started pushing the people off the roof, I was like, oh, okay, holy shit, it's getting real. And then also the fact that the government was just gonna let them keep doing it. I hated, that's another thing, the plot armor. Because weren't they pushing off like one person per every 5 minutes, or every minute that like negotiations weren't met? They pushed off one person, then we just kind of never see any other people get pushed off and die. I was like, not that I'm trying to see people get pushed off of buildings like a live leak, but we saw one person, maybe two, and I thought it was every half hour. It might have been. I could have sworn it was like, I remember 30 minutes, but I didn't know if that was too long. Hello, Russia. So, the fucking annoying ass girl with pigtails that hates Japanese people, she just starts screaming and crying and near risks getting her friends and her killed. And the terrorists are like, shut the fuck up, and she won't fucking shut up. And also being held hostage by terrorists that are very much pro-Japan. She keeps calling them 11s, and I think that she has no survival skills. And I think she's a dislikable character, and I think nobody really likes her, but she just fucking sucks. I really dislike her. And I really feel like you could, I mean, obviously I haven't seen the second season, but I feel like you could remove her or combine her with a different character, and the series would be virtually the same. I mean, it wouldn't get repetitive if they just had like 10 scenes of a guy getting pushed off. No, not like that. I mean, like, if we saw like his classmates like in the line, if they had like everyone lined up in an order of like, here's who's gonna get pushed off first, and maybe the classmates are talking, and we see the Black Knights debating how they're going to save them, and it keeps panning back to the situation in the building, and they're whispering, and you see Princess Euphemia getting freaked out, debating if she should reveal that she's the princess or not, and the main characters are kind of getting closer and closer to getting kicked off, and you see them like dragging the next person off, and they're screaming, and they're like, oh my god, we're next, we're gonna get pushed off next. And then there's a lot of tension because Euphemia announcing that she's the princess all because the fucking weird whiny girl wouldn't stop whining was annoying. And I really wish that at the very least the whining girl got fucking hit across the face, because I feel like as I said, there was this like plot armor where the main characters wouldn't even get like a scratch. Like it was like, yeah, these terrorists are going to kill everyone in here, but probably not the main characters or the princess for some reason. She's impulsive. I mean, you might be right. Nina Loki, the show Tucker of the show, really? Yeah, I hate her, bro. But anyways, other than that, it was an okay episode. That's just my description on how it could have been written a little better. Did Princess really have plot armor? I mean, not later on. Other than that, though, I don't think the princess had plot armor. Mainly just the main characters. I think the princess was kind of more introduced as a way to move the plot along, rather than like a fluid and real character. She was kind of static. Next, episode 9, Refrain. Lelouch literally goes, God, you're impulsive, you suck, but you beat me because of it. Oh, you're right, never mind. Wait, you're watching the dub, right? Are you quoting the dub? The Black Knights have been destroying drug cartels which have been manufacturing Refrain, a drug that lets a person relive their happiest memories with severe side effects. The drug is popular with the depressed Japanese, which is why the Black Knights are targeting it. Colin's background is explored, revealing her Japanese mother is working as a maid for her Britannian father, and Colin's disdain for the abuse her mother receives. It is good. Oh, okay. I was worried there was like that exact quote, and I was like, oh shit, I missed it. I only watched the dub for like a second. During the Black Knight's drug raid, Colin's mother is revealed to be a Refrain user and is arrested. While Colin's mother recovers from the drugs, Colin promises she will change the world for her. This episode was interesting at first, and I wish they did more with it, because it's kind of sad seeing Colin fucking be mean to her mom, who's just a maid. And I think it's stupid at the end, where she's like, oh my gosh, my mom was a maid at my house because she wanted to be close to me. Like, fucking duh. Like, you think she's just putting herself through hell being with the other woman and her daughter, slaving away for the other woman that her husband left her for no reason? There's no other shit a mother would do that for than her own daughter, bro. You know, I said I was gonna leave to get more water, and all I came back with was coconut water. My water is still empty, but it's alright. I see. And what if she did, bro? Colin's mean for that, but I thought this episode was interesting because it shows the Black Knights doing something other than fighting. And I really did enjoy their whole, like, thing where they started out as, like, a general government rebellion group, but they switched to general justice for all. I thought that was pretty cool. And so I quite enjoyed this episode. One, because we got to see the Black Knights interact on their own. But I really wish we saw more of them than just the guy that controls the news, the engineer girl, Colin, Ogi, and I think one other person. I wish we saw more of them as like a whole group. Because if I go back here, some of these people, I don't even know if we like know who they are, like by name. I could be wrong, but we see like a lot of Black Knights. And that's a pretty small group of people up there, and I just wish we knew all of them and knew their personalities. Yeah, drug cartels. So anyways, after seeing this episode, obviously I don't know if Colin's mom comes back up, but I thought it was kind of... I wish that we saw Colin, and her mom, like 1 or 2 episodes prior. Because then I wish we saw Colin. Maybe she was meeting up with her friends and we see her fucking be mean to the maid. And then in this episode it's revealed that the maid is her mom. I think that would have been cool. Because it just kind of seems like it's like out of nowhere. Like, oh shit, we need to flesh out Colin. Here's her mom. She's mean to her mom. For some reason it takes her mom becoming a fucking drug addict and almost dying and then getting paralyzed or whatever. Severe brain damage for Colin to be like, oh my gosh, my mom's a maid for me because she loves me. And then we just like don't see her mom ever again. I wish she was in more episodes. Other than that, it was okay. Episode 10, Good in Dances. Cornelia and the Britannian army heads to Narita, hoping to destroy the remnants of the Japan Liberation Front. Lelouch has his knights follow her in the hope of capturing her alive so he can question her about his mother's death. As the Britannian forces close in on the front's headquarters, Colin utilizes her new nightmare frame, the Gooden MK2, I think, to cause a massive landslide that takes out I almost heard that as like a bunch of the Britannian forces that takes out much of the Britannian forces. So this episode was cool, and I believe this is the episode where Zero and Suzuku like see each other in terms of their personas on the field. And I'm like, oh shit, they fucking hate each other for real. I have no idea how they're gonna handle the big reveal of who Zero is. She was in the hospital for months, that's why we didn't see her again. Well, yeah, but I wish that Colin was like constantly visiting her. I wish it was like a reoccurring thing, so that if anything happened to Colin, there was more tension of like, oh no, her fucking mom isn't gonna know what happened to her. Or something like that. Hello Christian, how are you? I'm good. I wish there was like that tension. But instead it's just kind of like a one and done visit thing. There was a hair in my mouth and I just swallowed it. I need to die. If I'm quiet, it's because I'm drinking my coconut water. Other than that, the only thing I remember about this is the landslide. I mean, I don't know, it would have been boring to see the same thing over and over, because it's not like you can talk about it. Yeah, but it's like the same shit with like a dad visiting his fucking daughter with cancer in anime. It's like I've seen scenes like that and it doesn't really take away from the anime. Does it focus on season 1? I mean, you guys are the experts if you've seen season 2. And yeah, hello Hexus. I wish to me, if we saw like Colin, even not even like the scene, but like if she was like gone from school or something, or like if we saw his peers and they were like, where's Colin? They were like, oh, she's visiting her mom right now. Even just things like that, I would have. Pretty sure cancer patients can talk back. I don't know them. So we shouldn't visit people in the hospital if they can't talk? I feel like if it was just like more cemented that there's someone wanting Colin back home at all, it would have humanized her a bit more. I don't know what I said, moron. Oh, my bad. I wish that I mean, I quite like Colin. I like Colin's character. She might be one of my favorites. I just wish we saw more of that from her. Her life outside of school and being a little passive undercover person. Next. Battle for Narita. Episode 11. The Black Knight's assault on the Britannia army in Narita proves successful, and Cornelia is cornered by Colin and Lelouch. At Euphemia's request, Suzuku rushes onto the battlefield and the Lancelot to rescue Cornelia. He saves her and manages to corner Lelouch. Cece comes to his rescue by using her powers to mentally traumatize Suzuku. The Black Knights retreat from the conflict, leaving the Japan Liberation Front and the Britannia army to fight amongst themselves. I rewatch Code Geass every year. I developed a speech impediment for a second. I rewatch Code Geass every year, including Akito the Exiled movie and Rosa, though I hate Rosa, not gonna lie. I do think it'd be nice if we heard students talking about Colin's mom and it being hard, not gonna lie. Cece was a real one for that. I do, like, it's like teeny tiny things like that add so much to a story. Like these things I'm describing that I wish we saw. They really do add a lot, and that would easily bring this up from like a 6 to a 7 or an 8 for me. Most horrifying Code Geass fan. Shit, okay, so do you think that we should watch all of the other ones? Because there are so many Code Geass spin-offs. I'm in Mexico visiting family and my connection is really spotty, but I'll stick around as much as possible. Oh, thank you, Christian. I hope you're enjoying Mexico. You gotta eat some authentic tamales for me, bro. Ooh, I love tamales. What was Yuffie trying to do? I just remember episode 22. Episode 22, a 6? No. Spoilers. Spoilers on my Code Geass reveal. Anyways, if these little things were added, it would move my score up 1 or 2 points, is what I meant to say. I messaged Angel, and I was like, after a conversation with my father, I've learned that I am Afro-Latina. And Angel said, oh, I said, hola, mi amigo. And Angel said, hola, mi amiga. Crying emoji. And he said, father's be hiding everything from us, dude. And he said, we got Latina Ichigo confirmed. C2 is whatever, I guess. I really hated her at first, and now I don't hate her. You hated her? I thought she was kind of cool. Hello, Samaj. Funny number. So... Did I read this already? Okay, yeah. To me, this CC rescuing Lelouch again irked me a lot. I get it was edging us for, like, the reveal of who Zero is, but I wish it was done in a different way. I didn't like how mean she was to Lelouch. I thought it was kind of funny that they were allies and didn't get along. I like her pizza fixation, too. So this episode, I think... It might be the next episode, but I think... Actually, is it this episode that the death is revealed? I think it is. Like, I think it's the end of this one, maybe? Or the beginning? Where it's revealed that someone died in the fucking... Yeah, Shirley's dead. I could have sworn it was this episode. But it wasn't mentioned in the synopsis. Code Geass received almost 0 funding, which is why Pizza Hut is shown and why CC loves pizza, because they sponsored the anime. Oh my gosh. Is there Pizza Hut in Japan? I know there's Domino's. Pizza Hut started in Kansas, by the way. A little fun fact. I mean, I guess there's gotta be. It's weird because I always thought that Pizza Hut was like the stereotype of pizza chains. Like, I think of Pizza Hut like how McDonald's is for burgers. Like, I thought Pizza Hut was like the pizza place. And I met someone from California in college. Or I guess last school year. I say that like I'm not in college anymore. I met someone from California. And he said that he had never even been to a Pizza Hut or heard of it till he came here in Kansas. And so I was like, what? So I was starting to accept that that's just like it's just like a bumpkin thing, that like Pizza Hut is just something that only people in the Midwest know of. So I'm kind of in disbelief. I'm good, Samaj. How are you? I like Domino's. Domino's is my favorite. But I think I'm switching to Toppers now. I quite love Toppers because Toppers is open till 2 a.m. Pizza Hut's alright. It's owned by Yum Foods though, which is like Israeli. So that sucks. Alright, I'm gonna go to the next episode and see if what I want to talk about is here. Okay, are we not gonna talk about Shirley? Okay, no, it's this episode. Alright. The Messenger from Kyoto. I hate Domino's because every time I eat from a Domino's I get food poisoning every single time. What the fuck? I don't think I've ever gotten food poisoning from a chain. Ever. The Messenger from Kyoto, episode 12. I have to burp. Okay. The Messenger from Kyoto, episode 12. Zero and core members of the Black Knights meet with Taizo Kirihara, one of the most powerful people in the Japanese underground. An acquaintance of Lelouch from his younger days at the Kururugi Shrine. Lelouch deftly displays his tactical prowess and wit before Taizo, revealing his true identity to the man to gain his trust and support. When Lelouch returns to Tokyo, Shirley Fanart informs him of her father's death indirectly caused by Zero during the Battle of Narita. There is no table scene in Cookie-Ass episode 12. Oh yeah, in this fucking episode, the annoying ass, like, Japanese hater girl fucking jerks off to a picture of the princess after she saved her. And I don't know what the fuck that was about because I really don't know. I don't know if it's just like, do people get sexually fixated on people who save them? Let's Google this shit, bro. If someone saves another person from death, do they become sexually fixated on them? No. But Vice.com says yes, grief can make you horny. But that's if somebody dies. That's not if you almost die. I've seen someone say that like they develop like a crush on someone who saves their life, but I've never seen them just straight up jerk off to them because she never really straight up says that she has a crush on her either. She just has this like infatuation with her, but when they meet face to face, she's not like it's not like Yuri shit, you know? Okay, I'm gonna trust you guys' words over the Google top results. But yeah, this is the episode where Shirley's dad is revealed dead, and right as I was watching this episode, I was like confused, and then immediately right when I was confused, Hyper messaged me and said, so was her dad a soldier or something? And I was like, okay, so I'm not the only one confused, because Shirley's dad was like never fucking mentioned aside from like one time. I didn't even know who she was crying over. I was hoping that her dad was like someone that Zero killed directly, because I was like, oh shit, like if he battled her dad, but no. That was an office worker if I recall. I thought he was like just in one of the mechs. I don't even remember her dad. I don't know if he was ever on screen outside of a body bag. I think, well, she had flashbacks to him. But other than that, I don't think so. And then, oh yeah, she kisses Lelouch as well, so that's cool. I think his occupation was stated on his death ID. You can see him on the list and register. If I recall the whole Shirley kisses Lelouch part. I don't remember which episode though. I remember her seeing his body. Maybe he was in an office that got caught in the landslide. Maybe. Let me look it up. Shirley's dead. Let me see if I can get like a screenshot of like when she found out. When she found out that he died. I don't know, I can't find anything. Anywho. I had to click back on my stream. Sorry for the pause. My window got stuck. Anyways, next. Shirley at Gunpoint, episode 13. Colin and Lelouch separately reflect on the deaths of innocents killed in the Narita campaign. When both vowing to press on, Valletta questioned Shirley on Lelouch's involvement with the Black Knights. Coaxing her to secretly follow Lelouch there, she witnesses the battle between the Japan Liberation Front and the Britannian Army. Lelouch detonates the Japan Liberation Front freighter as the Britannian nightmares begin to board it, killing all personnel on board and giving the Black Knights the element of surprise. Suzuku attacks Lelouch, forcing him to eject and crash lands near Shirley. She prepares to kill him to avenge her father, but hesitates when his mask falls off, revealing his identity to her. This kind of re-piqued my interest once again. I thought it was interesting that she had a crush on Lelouch and he indirectly killed her dad. And I think that's all I have to say. Let me check my notes. I did right. I struggle feeling attached to Lelouch's classmates. Like, all of them could, like, brutally die. And I feel like I just wouldn't care. And I feel like Lelouch wouldn't care either. And I feel like Suzaku would only care because they're Britannians. If they were Japanese, I feel like he wouldn't give a shit. The gay dude. The gay engineer. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say. Lelouch definitely does care. You know, I guess you're right, because he saved them from the hostages. I know I wouldn't care, though. Geass versus Geass, episode 14. Lelouch believes Shirley may have discovered his identity as Zero, so he and Cece pursue her to Narita. Ogi explores the battlefield of the previous night, discovering a wounded Valletta left for dead out of sight. Lelouch encounters Mao, a young man, who uses his Geass mind-reading abilities to play on Shirley's insecurities. Manipulating her into shooting Lelouch, Shirley falters at the last moment, and Cece sends Mao away temporarily. With Shirley torn apart by grief and guilt, Lelouch uses his Geass to erase her memories of him. I thought that Mao was interesting. Let me go in order here. I thought it was kind of like out of character for Shirley to not immediately go tell someone about her discovery, but also not really, because we don't really know much about Shirley's personality other than she's a teenage girl who has a crush on Zero. So yeah, Mao is cool. I think Mao is kind of cute. I feel bad for Mao though. And I thought the mind erase part was cool, but I'm grumpy that, like, how Lelouch treats it later, which I'll get into. Ogi and Valletta gotta fuck. Yeah, I like Ogi and his like little war criminal brainwashed wife plot. I think she looks so cute as a little wife, little housewife girl. And it is interesting. I think that's one of my favorite plot points of the whole show is Ogi and Valletta. Next. cheering Mao. Look at him go. He's so cute. Mao's like a victim, bro. I feel bad for him. Cece explains her history with Mao and how his inability to turn his Geass off drove him insane. An injured Valletta wakes up in Ogi's apartment and he discovers she has selective amnesia. Cece leaves Lelouch to take care of Mao herself, but Mao gains the upper hand when he incapacitates her. Lelouch utilizes his intellect to fool Mao and rescue Cece, using the Britannian police to surround and shoot Mao. I can't fucking read. Safe on a rooftop away from the scene, Lelouch reaffirms his contract with her, promising not to fall victim to his power as Mao did. Is it ever fucking explained why Cece gave Mao, as a child, a Geass? And then he went fucking crazy and then she just like abandoned him? Like, that felt cruel, bro. I wish so too. Like, I feel like he was like just kind of there for like 1 or 2 episodes just to cause like minor conflict and then left. I miss him. I wish he was more of a menace than he was. And was it ever showed how he even got out of jail? Because he was surrounded by the police and he lost. And then he comes back. And he just kidnaps a girl, and that's just kind of the plot point of the next episode. Like, he's just kind of there to make things happen, and then he's disposed of. Can't say exactly why Cece gives out the contracts and why she gave them one Mao. Thought she just did it for the love of the game. I thought she did it just to feel something. But I think it's uncomfortable how she said she was Mao's first love. When he's like a little child here. It just made me sad. It made me sad to see. I feel bad for Mao. I wish he was around more. I wish there's an AU where Mao gets therapy. Cause he really has like a pathetic little existence there. Little pitiful. He was sent to the hospital? Well, that makes more sense. I thought he was jailed because he quite literally committed a bunch of crimes. Next. So I wrote in my notes, is Cece a groomer? And also in this episode, Lelouch like erased his friend's memories, and then she doesn't know who he is. And then his friends are like, why are you acting like that? And then he just tells them that they had a fight and to ignore it. Like, what? He's just allowing them to think that his friend is being an immature bitch when she is not? That really irked me. Not that it's like odd to see Lelouch being a dick, but it bothered me because I feel like she didn't really deserve that at all. So Mao was the one who said he loved Cece. Cece never said Mao was her first love. No, not her first love. I thought she said that she was his only friend, his only love. Something like that. She went on like a little monologue about how she was all he had, etc. Next, Nunnally held hostage, episode 16. Cece departs as a messenger to the Chinese Federation, and Millie has a marriage interview with Lloyd Asplund, creator of the Lancelot. Mao returns to kidnap Nunnally and holds her hostage. I don't give a shit about him, bro. In the Ashford Academy sewers, Lelouch and Suzaku work together to rescue her, with Suzaku's physical adeptness and the clever use of Lelouch's Geass, proving to be beyond Mao's planning. Before he can be arrested, Mao reveals that Suzaku killed his own father. In return, Lelouch silences Mao with his Geass, and Cece returns and kills Mao. So this episode, I feel like Mao was only here to make this episode happen. I really do. And the fucking like bomb, and I feel like this episode was here to cement Suzaku's character as a hypocrite and as somebody who saved Nunnally to kind of put more positive feelings towards Suzaku. And I don't think the writers were trying to submit him as a hypocrite here. I think this was just meant to make us sympathize with him more. So yeah, it's revealed that Suzaku killed his father. His father for suggesting that the Japanese rebel, and so Suzaku's pure-hearted response is to just kill his father in cold blood. Of course, this is the Suzaku that thinks that you shouldn't be violent towards innocent people. But we learn through this that he only really feels that way towards the government and doesn't really feel that way towards actual Japanese people. Suzaku never sheds a tear over Japanese people dying in this show, but he will cry over Britannians dying. Which I think is interesting about Suzaku's character. But yeah, Suzaku killed his father for suggesting that Japan revolts. It is then covered up by the government that he claims is not as corrupt as everyone says it is, and he also claims that he's going to fix the government from being corrupt, even though he himself profits and benefits off of the government's corruption, because that is what protected him from going to jail. I thought there was a mouse on my floor. So, this just made me hate Suzaku even more. He sucks really bad. And I'm not sure if his character is static in this way. In season 2, I think he just has a, for me, I mean from what I've seen, he just has a bad savior complex. Okay, I think that's all my notes I have on this episode. Also, do we know why Nedali's blind? Why she's blind from, like, a gun wound? Did you binge watch all of season 2, Hyper? In a couple of days? Or what the fuck? Next episode, episode 17. She had trauma, but high trauma? Is she just like refusing to open her eyes? Cause I thought in that one panel of her, not panel, scene of her in the hospital, she had her head bandaged. Oh, okay. Night number 17. An inauguration ceremony of Clovis's Memorial Art Museum is held, with Euphemia judging the artworks. Lelouch agrees to help Kyoshido, Todo's comrades, rescue their leader. During the rescue mission, Lelouch convinces Todo to join the Black Knights. The Lancelot appears and attempts to stop them, but Lelouch is able to predict its movements and plan a counterattack. Lancelot's cockpit is damaged, revealing Suzaku within. Lelouch is shocked and orders— oh yeah, this whole time, Lelouch didn't know that his best friend was his rival in the Lancelot as well. I don't know if that was obvious, but I thought it was a great plot. Lelouch is shocked and orders an immediate retreat as reinforcements arrive. At the museum, Suzaku is scorned by the Britannians due to his nationality, of course. In return, Euphemia announces to have Suzaku instated as her knight. So, this pisses me off even more because Suzaku experiences racism all the time, and he still chooses to fight on the side of his oppressors. Or people who hate him. Either way. And this episode cemented Lelouch to me as a hypocrite and kind of a coward. Because I feel like if you're going to instage a rebellion and fight against the government no matter what, not only do you kind of have to accept that people are gonna fucking die when you're a violent human being, because he is violent, he caused the landslide and all that shit. He's kind of exactly like the princess and Suzaku in a way, where he has this mentality of like, I'm going to do what I want and it's going to be violent, but as long as I don't have to actually see the death that I cause, it's fine. But also if I realize that I'm causing death and destruction, I'm going to get upset and then act confused. Makes a lot of sense why Suzaku would join the Britannians. In history, you'll actually find a lot of time people do what Suzaku did. No, I know people do what Suzaku did. It just irks me that Suzaku is painted as like a good character. Cause from what I've seen, people are like, wow, this is so cool seeing two best friends that went down different paths and they're both fighting for the right thing. It's how people view this story. And I don't think that's what it is at all. I have no idea if that's how the writer wanted to portray Suzaku, but that's how I read Suzaku as somebody who studies this sort of dynamic all the time. He vomits after what he did. We know he doesn't have a stomach for it, specifically for people he cares about, however. Yeah, I think he needs to get over it. He's written fine, he just sucks and I don't like him. He's written fine if he's meant to be a hypocritical asshole. But he is just insufferable to have on the screen. Yeah, I think that's everything I wanted to say about this episode. Let me read over. I thought it called him a coward just because they call anybody who commits violence on allegedly innocent people a coward. I thought that's what it was. Like, I know they called him a coward, but I thought they were like, oh, you kill soldiers just doing their job. That's cowardly. I didn't know if they meant it like for this, because I don't think the people that called him a coward knew of like his issue with his friend or not. I like the part of Lelouch that was more weak. It made him feel more human. I wish he fucking like cried for like a whole long ass scene at home in the shower after this. I really do. But he freezes mid battle, which I mean it's fine, but it was like, I don't know. I don't really know what I wanted to happen here. I just wish it, since he went this route, I wish he showed more emotion than he did. Other than just withdrawing. Yeah. Next. Lelouch wasn't really called a coward because they were about to be crushed by Bertranian reinforcements. They called him a genius instead of a coward. Oh, wait, are we talking about sub or dub? Are they that different? Doesn't he just get pissed as fuck in the shower? I wish he cried. I wish he sobbed. I wish there was a scene of him just like actually vocally bawling. Yeah. Next, I order you Suzaku Kururugi. Episode 18. As Euphemia knights Suzaku, Lelouch establishes the hierarchy of the Black Knights. Diehard reads suggests. Did I read that right? Diehard? Diethard? Dietard. I think it's Dietard, right? Or Dietard? Dietard reads suggests assassinating Suzaku, but Lelouch has other plans for him. He launches an operation to capture Suzaku and the Lancelot at the Britannia military base on Shikinajima. It almost succeeds, but Schneezel, detoured. That's what I thought. Schneezel El Britannia appears and orders his floating battleship, the Avalon, to bombard the island, intending to sacrifice Suzaku in order to kill Zero. So it's cemented time and time again that nobody gives a shit if Suzaku lives or dies on the side that he's on. And he is more than happy about that, bro. He loves this shit. He is so willing to die, bro. He's so willing to die for people who don't care about him. But he would not die for people who care about him, bro. In fact, he would kill people who care about him. It's great. It's great to see. Fuck Suzaku. He sucks so bad. Next. Island of the Gods, episode 19. This is the closest thing we get to a beach episode. The aftermath of the Avalon's arrival inexplicably leaves Lelouch, Euphemia, Colin, and Suzaku on the mysterious Kamine Island. Suzaku encounters Colin and learns she's a Black Knight and the pilot of the Gooden, while Euphemia is found by Zero, confirming her suspicions that he is Lelouch. Meanwhile, Schneezel, Lloyd, and Cecil Krumi survey the island's ancient ruins when Lelouch, Colin, Suzaku, and Euphemia suddenly fall into the ruins. Lelouch and Colin steals the nightmare. Lelouch and Colin steals the night. Why is steals plural? Steals the nightmare frame Gawain to escape as Suzaku is detained for insubordination. Of fucking course. It is revealed that Lelouch used Geass on Suzaku, giving him the command to live, through which he prioritized his own survival over Zero's capture. Elsewhere, they exiled the Japanese government from 7 years ago. The exiled Japanese government from 7 years ago launches a full-scale assault on Kyushu with the help of the Chinese Federation. Colin's nips were shown twice in the first 3 minutes for some reason. Yeah, boobies. When you have a when you have a martyr complex, you view death as atonement, not as something that actually affects your beliefs. Death is viewed as what you need in life. It makes a lot of sense why he stays. You think he has a martyr complex? I know he was like fine with being a martyr, but he might just be suicidal, bro. He might just be suicidal. That'd make more sense. I don't have much to say about this episode actually, because everything else I want to say happens in the next episode. But it irked me that, because Suzaku's kind of cemented himself as someone who prioritizes the government and the law over his own friends. And he also said he was suspecting that Lelouch was Zero, but like, why? We don't know why. And I kind of knew, it kind of took away all of the suspense for me for how he would react to Zero's reveal. And I knew immediately that he was just gonna be like, oh fuck you, I don't care, you're a bad person, I'm gonna fight you. I already knew that before he did what he did at the end that made Suzaku hate him. And I don't know, it just kind of removed a lot of the wonder for me, because I feel like that's what the entire season is building up to, is Zero's reveal. And also the reveal of the Geass, and I feel like it was just kind of like lackluster at the end. He definitely is, but he wants to die in service of others, which is just a projection to cling to some defense of the ego. He does not prioritize the government and law, but his ego. I see. I wonder if I developed this like speech impediment because my mouth has moved since how it was years ago, and it moves every month. So I have to slightly change the way I'm used to placing my tongue. I wonder. I almost choked, bro. But I saved it. I hate when I drink something and a tiny piece of it just fucking teleports behind my tongue and in my throat. I hate that shit. Biting off part of my tongue. What? Biting off? Hold on, I'm gonna get more water because I didn't grab it when I left last time. BRB. I ate 2 gluten-free crackers and I have water. Aki is so cute. He's just out sitting in the living room. He's so baby. He's sleeping. Water is absolute peak, right? I want strawberry milk. I want chocolate milk. Strawberry banana bread goes hard as well. I love banana bread. I love banana shit. Fluffy water? Bro, you're making it wrong, bro. I'm gonna have a Nutella bagel when I'm done streaming. That reminded me, because I walked past the hazelnut chocolate spread jar. In summer 2016, I had one of those little Nutella snack things where it's like the little dipper sticks in the Nutella. And I was just bored, so I just started spreading the Nutella on my hand. And I was like, I wonder if I can spread this whole thing of Nutella on my arm. So I just emptied the entire container on my hand and arm. And I didn't know what else to do other than take a picture and send it to my crush in middle school, who I never talked to. And because I had his number, the reason I had his number was because one time I got to school on the bus, and one of my friends texted me from a number and said, "Hey, this is your crush's number. I just stole his phone and went to the girls' bathroom and he's really mad outside. Anyway, bye." And I was like, "What?" And then he texted me and was like, "Who is this?" And I was like, I texted her, I was like, give his phone back right now. And he was like, "Who is this?" And I was like, oh shit. Because if I texted back, he would know who I was. Get you some real ones that will ride or die for you like that, bro. But anyways, we did end up texting on and off. But I sent him a picture of my Nutella covered arm for engagement bait. So he would have to reply to me and be like, "Oh my gosh, what is that?" And boy was he intrigued. Anyways, I just want to share, if you ever want your crush to talk to you, just cover your arm and hand in Nutella and send them a picture. They will reply. My straw, my cup is suctioned, and whenever I put the lid on, it like launches the water out of the straw, and it's no small amount, and it always launches all over my leg. I always forget it's gonna happen. Alright, next. Episode 20, Battle at Kyushu. The Britannian army fights back against the Kyushu invaders with the Lancelot. Meanwhile, Nina meets Princess Euphemia and advertently gives Euphemia peace of mind about her feelings for Suzaku. As Suzaku becomes cornered when his Lancelot's power runs out, Zero and Cece fly into the battlefield in the Gawain to recharge the Lancelot. The two nightmares end the Kyushu campaign together. The way I talk to my crush is just walking up and talking to her these days. Now, when I was in high school, way different story. Dude, I never even talked to my crushes, bro. I would have a crush, and also just like the dating pool at high school was like, or in my town, was not very good. So sometimes I would just like have to convince myself I had a crush on someone just to feel normal. Just to have something to look forward to in the day. There was a cutie in my math class though. I don't think I've ever had a real crush. I've had crushes in person and online. Most of my crushes and relationships though were online. But I don't think I'm gay. Well, that would be scary, wouldn't it, being gay? Wait, Toaster, would your family kill you if you were gay? I had this weird thing where I'd be mean to my crush. Oh my god, Colin. What? Why would you do that? You're following into the stereotype of like the fucking like, oh, they'll be mean to you. They'll be mean to you if they like you. The most I did was I would tease my crushes really bad. Not really bad. I would mess up their hair. I would give them a nickname. I would mess up their hair. I would come up behind them and mess up their hair. And my crush in 5th grade, I threw a pencil at him from like not very far away, so there wasn't like a bunch of velocity behind it. But he still started freaking out. He was a little mixed light-skinned boy with hazel eyes named Chris. And for some reason I just thought he was the cutest ever. It's back in like middle school, I just really wanted their attention. High school is a mixed bag for me in terms of dating, but high school dating sucked ass. Bro, I could pull out my fucking yearbooks and show you guys the kids I had a crush on. I have them written in my diary when I was 9. I had a page for each crush I had. I would do a little shitty drawing of them and write why I liked them and if I thought they liked me back or not. Pretty cool stuff. Anyways, I don't remember what much happens in this episode because everything that happens after this episode is so batshit insane. Let me see. Okay, I wrote Suzaku is a coon and a liability. Oh yeah, I know what I want to say about this. So, all of my suspicions that the princess is a good person fucking evaporate because at first I thought she's just a good person who wants the best for everybody. And she's just kind of ignorant to what her government is doing. That's what I originally thought until she fucking has this monologue where she's like, you know what I've realized? I don't think I want a perfect country or even justice. I just want to see people smiling. And I was like, oh my fucking god, dude. So that cemented it. She does not give a shit if her government is burning people alive as long as she doesn't have to see it or smell the burning flesh. And so she is perfect for Suzaku in this way. Because they are perfect for each other. They are perfect for each other. And she sucks. And she only really cares about if she can see anything bad happening in front of her. And if she can't see it, she doesn't care. She ignores the fact that her sister kills people regularly. It sucks ass. Yeah. High school dating definitely sucked ass, not gonna lie. But worse for me was middle school. Because I kid you not, I went to a girl's house, kissed her in the pool, and thought, does she like me? Oh my, wait, you were going to girls' houses and kissing in middle school? Also, yeah, Euphemia herself is not a good person. But she is, I think she is still compassionate, but she places it in the wrong areas. I think she's stupid. But Cornelia is bad, so who cares? Cornelia is not bad, she's ugly! Alright, next. The School Festival of Declaration, episode 21. I like this one because we get to see how the characters act again, which is very rare in normal situations, how they act. We don't get to see that much. The Ashford Academy holds their annual school festival. Ogi, Valletta, Euphemia, and Colin all make their separate ways. Make their separate ways to the event. And a series of close encounters risks the revealing of their hidden identities. When Euphemia's presence is revealed, mass panic ensues. On live television, she announces her— I don't know why she did this, by the way. I don't know why her reaction to everyone being like, oh my gosh, Euphemia's here? Oh my gosh, and then she just is fucking like, everybody listen to me, but anyways. She announces her plan to turn the area around Mount Fuji to become a specially administrated zone of Japan, where 11s can be referred to as Japanese again. Not all of Japan, though. She believes this will bring back the happy days with Lelouch and Nunnally, but Lelouch thinks otherwise, knowing she's being naive. She only does this shit because she wants to live in La La Land with her family. Same with Lelouch. He's only doing this shit because he wants to live in La La Land. And that is why they are the same. Lelouch, Euphemia, Suzaku, they're all the same person. They're all the same person with slightly different views on the world. And I hate them. I really do. The whole royal family is so selfish. They all are. They're selfish and stupid. Next. Bloodstained Yuffie. This episode was batshit insane, dude. When this episode happened, I was like, oh my god. During the commemoration ceremony for the Sazage, Lelouch and Euphemia privately discuss Japan's future. She convinces him and Lelouch Lelouch in this scene, he's fucking insane because he's like, oh no, I got what I guess what he wanted was to get revenge on the Britannian Empire, but this is what he was kind of portraying as his goal partially. And so he got his partial goal and he was just mad that he wasn't the one to achieve it. And so I thought he was gonna make her go out and kill herself or shoot him or something. I really did. I mean, I guess that's kind of what was summarized, but he changes his mind really fast. I don't know. She convinces him and Lelouch summarily halts his rebellion until he suddenly loses control of his Geass while jokingly telling her to kill the Japanese. This scene was bullshit to me, bro. Like, after everything he's done, this is where he fucks up. It was so out of nowhere. Yeah, it was stupid. The Geass influenced Euphemia orders. The Geass influenced Euphemia orders a massacre of the people. Also, why did he just let her run away? So W parallels? Parallels? He's supposed to be like really smart. I know, dude. They butchered him for this. The Geass influenced Euphemia orders a massacre of the people attending the ceremony. Blaming himself a resolute, Lelouch decides to salvage the situation by declaring Euphemia Sazage a trap to lure out the Black Knights, and commands his troops to defeat the Britannian forces, protect the Japanese, and kill Euphemia. I think it's interesting that nobody, like, yeah, she gave the order to kill all the Japanese, and nobody was like, oh my gosh, but why is the government doing this? And it was never really addressed after that. Cornelia didn't give a shit that her sister randomly became a genocidal maniac. And Suzaku didn't give a shit. Suzaku is so worried about her safety after she just killed probably about 1,000 people or more. And Suzaku doesn't care, like always. He only cares about his beautiful Britannian princess. And yeah, it just cemented what I thought about the characters in general. That the Britannians are never really held accountable for what they do. And they're never on the same judgment level either. They aren't allowed. That still makes them bad people. They fucking suck. I mean, I feel like it's that nobody else in the world sees them that way in this anime. There's not really any accountability on their end other than Zero just killing them for his own selfish reasons. You really gotta see season 2. Okay, I'll watch it. I'll watch it in its whole. Alright, so this episode happened. It was batshit insane. Yeah, it's not unusual, but like a blatant live streamed genocide of this level. The king liked it though. I think. Next. At least with sorrow. Oh my god, this fucking scene, dude. Is it Nina? Fuck Nina. That's okay, they cut the cameras. Dude, they say cut the cameras like 50 times. So many times. Charles liked this. After locating Euphemia, Lelouch shoots and mortally wounds her. Suzaku witnesses the shooting and brings Euphemia to the Avalon for emergency treatment. Euphemia fights off the Geass and has a last talk with Suzaku before dying. While Suzaku mourns over her death, Vivi introduces himself. Oh, it's a he? I thought that was a girl. And explains why Euphemia caused the massacre. Meanwhile, Zero announces his plan to overthrow Britannia and to create a new country called the United States of Japan. Soon, the entirety of Area 11 revolts against the Britannian Empire, and the Black Knights advance towards the Tokyo settlement. So Nina goes insane and gets in a fucking... not a Geass, a Guden. A mech. And she becomes a fucking more insufferable than she already is, and this episode, it was tough to watch. It was a tough to watch conflict. But I did enjoy the added conflict, as rough as it was. I was like, oh, it's getting interesting now. Yeah. Next. The Collapsing Stage, episode 24. The Black Knights are able to push the Britannian army back and use Ashford Academy as their headquarters. Lelouch and Cece battle against Suzaku and are able to lure him into a trap, which drains his Lancelot's power. Valletta regains her memories and shoots Ogi. Lelouch confronts Cornelia and has the Geass influenced Andreas Darlton incapacitate. What is this run-on sentence? Lelouch confronts Cornelia and has the Geass influence Andre. Okay, it's the way they word it. The Geass influence Andreas Darlton incapacitate Cornelia's nightmare. Meanwhile, Nunnally is visited by Vivi, who intends to take her away. He is cool. I feel like he's gotten such a short end of the stick the whole season. But he's cool looking. Anyways, this episode's okay. I don't have anything else to add about it because we're almost at the final one. Oh yeah, I think it's in this episode or the second one. The fucking cat, Arthur, bites the gun and saves Suzaku. And that scene was such a come the fuck on moment, dude. Like, it was so... I feel like this fucking anime doesn't know what vibe it wants to have, and when it wants to have like a lighthearted vibe or like a fucking scary ass, brutal, grim vibe. And it was just, it was such a like random ass moment. So yes, it's first and foremost a drama. I always thought it was like action. Action drama. Drama action. There is an herb in my mouth. Cat moments? I don't think there was anything dramatic about that. I think it was just like stupid, like just like out of nowhere the cat just bites. Comedic relief cat. Yeah, it felt like comedic relief. That's what it felt like. Just randomly. I have some dumb shit for the other shit to hit harder. Other shit. Having a shit off. Alright, lastly, episode 5. 0. What the episode 5? Episode 25, my bad. He's kind of losing his mind here. It was kind of interesting to see. Lelouch uses Geass on Cornelia and discovers she does not know who killed his mother. Cece senses that Nunnally has been taken to Okimia Island, and Lelouch abandons the Black Knights to rescue her. There, Cece stays behind to stall Jeremiah while Lelouch is confronted by Suzaku. While Colin watches on, Suzaku shoots Lelouch's mask, revealing his identity to the two of them. Lelouch pleads with Suzaku to help him save Nunnally, but is rebuffed. Off-screen, the two fire their guns at each other, and then it's the cliffhanger. I didn't get why Colin was fucking paralyzed at the 0 reveal. I thought she should be shocked, but she shouldn't have been, like, beside herself. And yeah, that's about it. I expected Suzaku's reaction. I knew he didn't give a shit. Him saying, "I'll take care of Nunnally" was so insane. I was like, oh shit. Also that Nunnally was kidnapped and he was wasting time battling 0 because of his ego and his savior complex. Massive constraints. That makes sense. It was anime first? Wait, what? What the hell? So was it just like pitched as like just like an idea then? They weren't going off of any manga? That's intriguing then. So I guess it turned out well for no source material to go off of. Anyways, so let me think. What's next? What's next? I used to put our little order of action in between each topic, and I stopped doing that for some reason. Okay, does anyone have any final thoughts about the overall story before we get into the other stuff? I think that's everything I wanted to say. Do you stream reaction anime and stuff? I try to stream watching all of the animes that we watch together in the server, Discord server. And we also do movie nights a lot as well. We kind of watch whatever. But I do try to stream the animes that we're watching every day. Sometimes I fall off depending on how busy the week is, just because sometimes my only free time is at like 4 in the morning. It's peak and amazing. If you disagree, you're Israeli. Oh, no. No, I'm not Israeli. I like it a lot. It's great. Or I'd love to see your reaction to that, and also because I need to rewatch Geass as well. Well, if we watch season 2 next, I'll be streaming it in the server. I'm trying to build the habit of streaming it in the server. I wish I had like a designated time, because I'm fine with having like 12 a.m. Discord stream every day, or like 11 p.m. But a lot of my streams tend to go past that time, and I don't like having a time constraint. So that's the only reason. And I feel bad if someone wants to watch it and it's like at fucking 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. So maybe I should just do that like early in the morning. I really don't know. Not early in the morning, but for me early is like 3 p.m. so I'm not sure, but either way I want to watch it regularly in the server, whatever anime we're watching. And I was also gonna do reactions on Patreon, and I was also confused on how exactly I was gonna do that, so I think I'm gonna wait to do that until I get like bigger. I think that's like reasonable. I don't know. Anyways, so next we're gonna move on to characters. I think I said all my thoughts on everything else. Doesn't matter to me, to be honest. Sometimes I just pull all nighter. I just don't want to be the reason people pull all nighter. I don't want to be the reason that people stay up all night and feel exhausted and groggy in the morning. Alright, next we're going to talk about the characters. So feel free to share your thoughts on the characters as a whole. So first, we've got CC. Ignore that woman that was behind her as she faded in. Do you know how many times I've done that? I know, and I feel bad every time. I feel bad. I like CC despite Hypersonic 06's misogynistic hatred for her. I quite enjoy her. I know Willow enjoys her too. She's not like, I'm not like, oh my gosh, I love her, but I think she's a good character, despite her grooming tendencies to go after high schoolers and children and give them life-ruining powers. I think she's alright, because she at least kind of stays involved with them. And she likes pizza. And she hasn't done anything super irritating to me. I think she's always kind of mean and snarky towards him. Next, Suzuku Kururugi. You guys know how I feel. I fucking hate this guy! The only reason I would like him is if we get a detailed scene of him and Lelouch kissing and making out. That's the only way I would like it. Other than that, I don't like him at all, bro. I mean, she doesn't tell him what to do with it. Yeah, she doesn't command him around. Season 2 expands greatly on CC. You gotta see it, trust. I know. I don't like him, bro. I hate him. Well written Netanyahu parallel. You're right, you're right. Can we get a true? I disagree with him, but he reminds me of my IRL best friend, who is basically a brother to me. Oh, this guy's sympathetic. We got a Lelouch over here. He's changing his views for his close friend. Reminds me of somebody. Next, we got Colin Stadfield. Okay, the thing that Suzaku did that pissed me off even more was he has this like mentality that's like, oh, I'm look, the law is above all else. He's already cemented that he does not bend rules for his friends. But for whatever fucking reason, he's like, I'm not gonna report Colin at all. Even though he is a snitch. And when she's like, why didn't you report me? He's like, because you have a Britannian last name and not a Japanese last name. It's okay. You're Britannian in my eyes and not Japanese. So I'm not gonna report you to the government, is basically what that boils down to. It bothered me so bad. Next. But yeah, I like Colin. I enjoy Colin. Aside from her weird hatred from her mom, I think she is kind of a goat. Euphemia Lee Britannia. Fuck her. Fuck her. Suzaku and Euphemia could have a kid and it would come out as Japanese Uncle Ruckus. I believe that wholeheartedly. Not what he said. He said she wasn't the same person when she's in public. Something masks. Euphemia or Nina or Colin? Oh, Colin. I took it as he was like, oh, but here you're just this Britannian girl, and out there you're the evil Japanese rebel. Colin gets reported. She just goes full time there. If she's sometimes at school, it helps him. Helps him? I don't think it helps him. I remember liking her, but I found today I can't read, so I guess she's mid. What? You can't read? Suzuku to Colin? I would have thought that Colin is like is she not like diehard rebel? I mean, I feel like she has her mask just to survive. I don't think she has a mask for like convenience purposes. Next. Lelouch Lamperouge. I like him more than Suzaku, but not very much. Actually, scratch that. I like Suzaku more than Lelouch because Suzaku knows what the fuck he wants in life. Suzaku knows what his priorities are, and Lelouch is fucking confused. Best may see in history clears everyone. No. There's the main characters from Good and Lagann. Think of it this way. He doesn't have to kill Colin. Also, that she's the Black Knight's ace, so if she was not fighting, it makes his job way easier. What? Wait, wouldn't he... Ace. Wouldn't he want her dead then because he has to fight her? And she would convolute his, like, battle if he knows that his peer is in battle with him? I mean, I know he straight said, like, blah blah blah, if we come across on the battlefield, it's a different story. Lelouch is confused. He has his priorities confused. Or he has very simple priorities because he's doing everything for Nunnally. That's his only purpose, is Nunnally. And he has no, like, more deeper motivations than Nunnally in the Fall of Britannia. Anime Walter White. Because she still goes to school and therefore isn't fighting. Suzaku doesn't hate Colin either. He's not racist. Colin, on the other hand, kind of is. Is Colin racist? Is Colin not like half Britannian? I don't think Colin's racist. I think Suzaku is a bit racist towards his own people. Watch season 2, please. Real. It's not racist to hate your oppressors. Yeah, bro. You can't be racist against your own race. You can be self-hating against your own race. But racism involves some sort of, like, power dynamic. You know? Because racism is like disliking a race that isn't yours. I did a paper on being racist to your own race. What did you write, bro? I don't know anything about Geass. I worked a lot today. I don't speak English. And I'm bisexual. Man, I'm exhausted. Can we get a true? Welcome back from work, Concord. I hope you're having a great day, bisexual man. Man or girl. Racism doesn't involve a power dynamic, but rather often gets expressed as one, which is slightly different. Bro, I have studied this shit for 3 years straight, bro. It does involve a power dynamic. The base level definition of it does. If you looked up the definition of, like, modern day. But Colin isn't racist to a race that she is. And I don't think she's not racist. She dislikes her oppressors because half of her race was colonized by another. And she's literally friends with Britannians, as those people would say. I thought racism was just to hate another race because of race. It is. But it's also, I mean, it originated from just, let me think about my papers I've written. I'm just a little autistic bald brown boy. Are you still bald? I joined the live by accident. I'm too lazy to leave. Well, you're stuck here. You're stuck here while we talk about race. Race is different from ethnicity. Let's be clear here, alright? First and foremost. Secondly, race was created to tell slaves apart from non-slaves. Thirdly, originally there was no racism from the side of the oppressed, the slaves. That is how it started. But yeah, you can't be racist to people who colonized you unless you then become the colonizer. But in Colin's situation, Colin is Britannian. She's Britannian and Japanese. And she doesn't hate Britannians because they're Britannian. She hates them because they colonized her people. Headcanon? Bro, you've done a face reveal. 5 race into white themselves, blonde, Germanics, and Ethiopian, dark-skinned. It's been around for a while. Yeah, but different words. Race in the modern day. Race in the modern way. Modern is in the last fucking, like, 600 years? Let me think. I'm talking about the race that originated in Spain. The one that we use today. The Spanish definition of race. That's from 6 years ago. But you're still a little bald boy, right? I feel like we should have gotten Toaster to play Aang in Avatar. If we're talking about like race in general, of like people back then being like, oh, these people look different. They've always called like Africans like dark-skinned, brown-skinned, black people based on like general appearance. But the word race and how like the Spanish created it, how it was used in the more European sense, because I don't know. It depends if you consider Greeks, ancient Greeks, European, in the sense of like Caucasians and the ones that came to America and further influenced what race is. But the modern definition of race originated in Spain. From Spain, Spaniards, who created it to tell the difference between who is a slave and who isn't. Because if it was the case then, it would be like Irish and Italian people wouldn't have been lynched for not being white if we went off of the Greek definition. Here in Brazil, oh boy, he's from Brazil. Bisexual Brazilian. I caught the conversation halfway through, but speaking of racism here in Brazil, we end up hating Argentinians a lot because they're very racist. It ends up becoming a case of racism against racist. Argentinians. Thoughts on Argentina? I saw someone say Argentina is South American Brazil. I mean, not Brazil, South American Israel. Is this true? Because I know a lot of Nazis went to Argentina after World War II. I'm also speaking mostly from a historical and psychological point of view. My area of study is psychology, and I have an extensive knowledge of inequality. Inequality? My area of study is politics, and I have extensive study on race, ethnicity, and racism and white people. Speaking of Irish, I'm Irish. Hello, Irish person. I am Irish myself. One Overwatch coin is worth 14 Argentinian pesos. And what? And while we're at it, if the world operated on the Greek view of race and slavery, I'm pretty sure the world would not be as divided as it is now. I do study politics. It fucking sucks ass. Because if you showed Greeks and Romans what Spaniards did with chattel slavery, they would have thought they were fucking insane, dude. They would be appalled. Anywho. Colin isn't racist. Final statement. Fun fact. Fun fact time. Does anybody have any final thoughts on Code Geass before we get out of here? Get out of this section of conversation? This is my fun fact for today. I thought you would do like communications. Communications? I hate every time I have to take a communications class, it sucks ass. I hate communications, bro. I don't even know what it is. What is it? It's like speeches? Speeches and like studying how people interact? White people? What kind of white people? Like Scandinavian, British? I'm also not saying that the Greeks used the only definition of race. But the concept of dividing into races has been around. Oh, I know it's been around. I'm talking about the modern day equivalent. And which statement about white people? You mean like when I said I study how white people affect the world? I mean white people in general. The concept of white people, the identity of white people is what I mean. Because white people isn't an ethnicity. It's like a group in a blanket label. Created by racists. To divide themselves from the dirty people. Pretty much, yeah. I was mostly speechless. I read that as speechless. I was like, yeah. Mostly speechless when I took the class. Yeah, I had to take speech, and I had to take... I don't even know what I took. It was like pretty surface level, like, emotions and shit, and how people are friends. All that. Also, you're right, the Romans would have hated what the Spaniards did, dude. Because it was like, slaves back then, like, they could work their way out of slavery. They could own houses, they could get married. They could at least have their kids. Sometimes their kids could, like, learn alongside whoever they were enslaved by his kids. It depended. They did not fucking, like, do all this brutal ass shit. Obviously all slavery is bad, but when people bring up, like, blah blah blah, every race of people has been enslaved, it's like chattel slavery was something never before seen before. In this aspect, the concept of what white people did to black people in America. I can't talk about what... I'm sure it was fucking just as bad in Haiti and the Caribbean and what they did on the boats from Africa. But it was like dude, if you put a fucking Roman or Greek person in front to witness the days of chattel slavery, they would be fucking like throwing up. They'd be like, what the fuck are you guys doing? How do we get to this? We weren't talking about Code Geass because someone said Callan is a racist. The Romans give a lot of protection to slaves, and were multiple times close to banning slavery. The reason they didn't was usually because of catastrophic events and more pressing matters to the state. Where was Pompeii at? This is like random as fuck. Was Pompeii in Greece? Wasn't it in the island? I don't remember. I never like studied Pompeii. Creep because we're a bigot! A bigot! She probably hates black people. We wouldn't know because there's no black people in Code Geass. There's just vaguely brown people. It's in Italy? Oh my god, I was far off. Oh wait, wouldn't that have been like Rome though? Like ancient Rome? Because Italy is ancient. Italy was Rome, right? Rome became Italy? I never saw her as one either. Anyway, the fun fact for this anime is... Or I actually have two. I have two fun facts, okay? Code Geass was expected to fail by its studio, Sunrise. They didn't think it would do well. And Lelouch's original design featured white hair, and the iconic character designs were created by the famous all-female manga group Clamp. Wait, they're all female? The females made them caked up? Caked up little lanky people? Remember when the fucking what became Germany was big as fuck? Yep, Rome became Italy and then half of Europe. Then basically just the Balkans and Anatolia. This is a flaw in Code Geass. I shall create a mecha anime with black people. What's a clamp? Studio Clamp. Is it a studio? It says manga group. Manga studio? Can that mean manga studio? Lelouch was also designed to be as cool as possible as well. In like actually in quotations. He's cool. He is cool. In a way. They did it then. I don't know. I have other mainstays I like more, like Sinbad from Maggie. They do artwork for mangas and anime. I see. Let me see what's next. Okay. So after the fun fact, we are moving on to the elders' opinions. And before we get in, because everybody knows how much I hate Code Geass, I try to pick the most entertaining reviews possible, so I didn't pick all kind of negative reviews on purpose. I did include a rather in-depth review at the end, but there's no biasness when picking my reviews. I just pick whatever is the most interesting. The elders like the Mal people. Yes, the Mal people from over 10 years ago. Alright, next. The elders' opinions. So first, Isambard says... Alright, it's taken me since April to reach this point, so I may as well dispense with any further delays and say it outright. Code Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellion, is not a masterpiece. It isn't a great show, nor is it a very good one. What it is a marginally good television program that takes concepts and characters from a wide variety of successful anime productions from the last decade and stitches them all together into 25 episodes of vulgarity and excess. A Frankenstein's monster of a production that has the cold manufactured feel of a product of focus. Do your super chats work? They do. He's just really him? That was left in December 2008. Where do we think he is now? Netanyahu? Isambard? Alright, our next guy, Seventh. Seventh says, probably one of the most blatantly obvious train wrecks of bad writing in the history of serial visual narrative production. Shamefully destroying its own, at first simulating concept of reality, with awful characterization, extremely weak script, and cheap developments that only serve the purpose of working as a and ID duo cool? Shock factor duo cool. Was this supposed to be an emoji? To keep the audience entranced beyond the notice of a very clear lack of sequential planning. 2007. Next, we've got Albin. Albin says, such a sad and violent story, filled with death and decay, yet I enjoy it so much. This anime fits perfectly into my description of a good anime. It forces you to think hard after every episode, make theories what the Zero's next step will be, and completely devote yourself to it while watching. The political criticism, at least I think it is, and this show is huge. I draw parallels to the colonization of the world, led by Britain and other European countries, that led to the First World War. This is almost exactly what happened in Code Geass. Actually, never mind. I don't remember what exactly started the First World War. I genuinely don't think that person watched the anime. Which one? Seventh or Isambard? The Albin fellow has the right idea. I don't think it was some sort of profound, life-changing piece of work. But also, as I said, I haven't watched the full thing. Franz Ferdinand. Yeah, but I don't know. Like, was that just it? Was it just like a chance thing that happened? It didn't really have anything to do with, like, Britain? Seventh, I don't think Seventh saw it. Seventh also left their comment in 2007 before season 2 came out. Here's really 2. No! I'm not Israeli! Seventh also hasn't seen season 2. So next, here's the giant fucking block of text. I don't think you guys are going to be able to read it, so I'll read it for you. So Lub says... I only included this because they wrote... This is how every Mal review is, by the way. It's always long as fuck. Let me see if I can zoom in here. That did not increase the quality at all. I don't know if I can fucking read this, dude. I can't see. Hold on. Let me, I wonder if, like, editing it through Google Slides is going to fuck it up in any way. So I was told that my Made in Abyss review was too long and too... Okay, so in Mal, if you leave a review that people disagree with, they will come to your profile and they will let you know, bro. They will tell you to die if you rate an anime like this bad. So people will, like, reference their past reviews in their new reviews as if there are people that are constantly reading their reviews. So I was told that my Made in Abyss review was too long and too negative. So instead I decided to go watch a show rated in the top 20s. No way, this one is as bad as Made in Abyss, right? I was wrong. It's worse. Don't watch this show. It's fucking terrible. I could write a manifesto about everything wrong with this show. But since I promised to make it shorter, I decided to only write about one scene, as I feel it exemplifies everything wrong with this show perfectly. But first, music okay, opening good, characters bad, writing bad, animation whatever. While we're on the topic of music, the second opening and second ending is really flat in random parts, and it throws me off really bad. There's like 3 parts where the singer just falls flat, and it, for some reason, I think it's deliberate. But either way, I don't know how it made it past production. So next, I have seen a few animes in my days. None have made me literally wish for my time back as much as Code Geass did. If you're a real edgy boy who does not give one shit about writing, this show might be okay for you. Similarly, if you're looking for something to laugh at because of how stupid and dumb it is, you might also find some enjoyment in the show. Otherwise, I would stay the fuck away. Anyways, that's it for the spoiler-free parts of this review. Spoilers. So the episode I want to talk about is episode 22, Bloodstained Yuffie. Up until this point, the show has portrayed itself as a smart political anime, all while taking itself very seriously. Everything so far has been working towards setting up this huge conflict between ideologies as to how one would go about freeing Japan. Yuffie, who is Lelouch's sister, he wrote this as Ledouche. Yuffie, who is Ledouche's sister, or whatever the holy good character, or whatever, is the holy good character of the show. She is real nice and wants good for everyone, so she has set up this zone where Japan would be remade or some shit, whatever sounds swell. Ledouche's entire reason for working with the Black Knights so far seems to be his goal of destroying Britannia as revenge for his sister going blind. Not his mom's death? Time for me to head to Malride review saying that Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood isn't a 10 out of 10. Bro, they'll kill you. Finish it, bro. Finish it. Yeah, so from what we know, he has no sincere intentions of whatsoever to make it better for the Japanese people. Yet, when he goes to meet Yuffie at her grand opening of New Japan, he agrees to stop the fighting and work with her to save the world. This is after talking for like 3 minutes and her just shouting at him over and over how she wants to do good, blah blah blah. And this is not even what's wrong with this scene. After Ledouche surprisingly agrees, seemingly giving up on his revenge plans, he decides to prank Yuffie. It goes something like, hey Yuffie, I actually can control people with my mind. Haha, no way. Yeah, really. If I were to tell you to kill all Japanese people, you totally would. XD. And to no one's surprise, the mind-controlling powers conveniently malfunctions, and Ledouche accidentally makes Yuffie kill all Japanese people. This conflict is what the entire rest of this season is based on, and why the gigantic climactic ending happens in the first place. This fucking random convenient malfunction of the Geass, which happens one time, everything would have been fixed. This is exactly what's wrong with this show. The writing is utter garbage, and it's not like this is an isolated incident. The entire plot is built on random fucking coincidences like this one, and their whole purpose appears to be trying to make sense of the previous bullshit the writers pulled. The show takes itself so fucking seriously, yet cannot solve or progress anything with writing. There is no logical progression of the events that occur. It's just random fucking bullshit, one after another, for the whole fucking show. One big plot point is how smart Ledouche is supposed to be, but even that they couldn't actually show, but had to write out. The opening scene is Ledouche playing chess with some rich guy, and Ledouche is in the real bind. Oh no, how is he gonna win this chess game in this incredible deficit? Oh, you thought I'd answer? Haha, no, that's not how we do things in the show. Instead, the following scene is Ledouche and his friends walking out of the rich guy's house with Ledouche's friends telling him, wow, I can't believe you won that. Anyway, this show sucks, don't watch it. What do we think of Lub? Bro's never ever seen fiction in his life. Let me read. Fallen asleep watching Full Metal. I fell asleep once watching the final episode because I was tired. Or one of the final episodes. You might be Israeli too. This guy was not paying attention to Lelouch as a character, to Mal, or the larger conflicts, not gonna lie. Not paying. I don't know, he wrote a lot of detail. Conveniently. It's kind of convenient. I think there is plot error. His eye has his Geass perma active after this TM, like Mal. Bro, there's no parallels. Parallels. The parallels. It's funny because a lot of anime, Full Metal Alchemist and Death Note, uses contravances to help their protagonist, where Code Geass does the opposite, to use it to hinder their protagonist. He didn't watch the show. He might be a contrarian perhaps, a little unwell, and needs some water and banana bread. A little unwell. He's painted his house and body in blue, white, and starved. Lub? This was in 2019. He's not one of those old people. Alright, so that's the final review. Next, I'm gonna go on my rating. You guys are gonna kill me. So my rating for Code Geass Season 1 is... I rate it a 6 out of 10. It's fine. It's fine. Don't lynch me. She hates it. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. I'm sorry. 7.5. I wanted to rate it good, but then I remembered I rated Made in Abyss a bit higher. Super, yeah. I'm enlisting into the IDF as we speak, bro. Might be the method here. I'm gonna get hung up in the trees. Made in Abyss is the one anime that okay, there's like shitty parts of it because the writer is a fucking Shotokan for some reason. If you look at it minus the Shotokan parts and only look at the story, it's the one anime that made me uncomfortable as fuck, and I fucking hated watching it. I was watching it alone in my apartment with no company in Japan at night, and I would sit in front of my laptop like I was clocking in front of a shift, bro. I'd be like, oh my god. Time to watch more Made in Abyss. This is gonna fucking suck. And I had that feeling every episode. But I still thought it was a good anime because the setting was so cool. The storyline was cool and all that. But I would not recommend it. Spare yourself from Made in Abyss and how it makes you feel, bro. I am so dizzy. Oh my gosh, thank you, Toaster. Thank you. Flooding is really government. Did it crop out the little animation? Why is it gone? It disappeared. Maybe I didn't edit the super chats well enough. Either way, thank you so much, Toaster. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so dizzy. I got too hyped up. I'm fighting demons right now. Got too excited talking about Code Geass. Alright. I guess I'll progress. We're almost done. So next we have the voting for not next week, but the week after, because next week we're going over spring 2026 animes that came out this year. So we'll go over those, and then the week after we'll go over whatever anime we watch between now and 2 weeks from now. Toaster, why are you constantly in school? Why is something constantly due at all times of the year? Speaking of animes coming up, I can't wait for Lord of the Mysteries Season 2. Okay, I was gonna... For the voting, I always choose 3 animes. I choose one from this season, a top-rated anime, and a retro anime, as in something that was released in the before the past 5 years. And when I went to pick something from this season, I saw so much things that looked good, because I haven't looked at anything from this season yet. So I just picked something from like spring, or like, yeah, I think spring. I don't remember. So I think this voting has like something a bit different. It's not exactly how it's usually done. But either way, I saw so much stuff that looked so cool that I got scared and went to a different season. So let's go on the voting. I'll show you the 3 options. So first, I put, naturally, Season 2 of Code Geass. So Code Geass Illusion of the Rebellion R2, the sequel / next half of what we just watched. This came out in spring 2008. It is rated 8.91 out of 10, 25 episodes, and rated R. 1 year has passed since the Black Rebellion, a failed uprising against the Holy Britannian Empire led by the masked vigilante Zero, who is now missing. We're all voting Season 2. I know you are. At a loss without their revolutionary leader, Area 11's resistance group, the Black Knights, find themselves too powerless to combat the brutality inflicted upon the 11s by Britannia, which has increased significantly in order to crush any hope of a future revolt. Lelouch Lamperouge, having lost all memory of his double life, what the fuck, is living peacefully alongside his friends as a high school student. Really? He just goes back to normal? At Ashford Academy, his former partner Cece, unable to accept this turn of events, takes it upon herself to remind him of his past purpose, hoping that the Mastermind Zero will rise once again to finish what he started. You can't not watch Season 2 now. Okay, it sounds pretty cool. It sounds pretty cool. I'll give you that. Maybe you'll finally un-Suzaki yourself and oppose Israel after watching the what? Oh, I read that wrong. Oppose Israel after watching this season. Are you saying disliking Code Geass is really mind control? Un-Suzaki yourself. I'm sorry, okay? I'll admit when I'm wrong, alright? I did that with Blood C. I did it with Full Metal. And I have a friend that put me on Full Metal, okay? And he regularly dogs on me for not watching past episode 1 until it came up in Anime Club and I was forced to watch it. If you hate Code Geass, you love Israel. I saw someone on TikTok say that they hated Full Metal because it's dissing Israel. And then I saw another person say that Full Metal is obviously making parallels to Nazi Germany. To be fair, we were originally meant to watch season 1 and 2, which is 50 episodes, but I was a little worried to come back with a 50 episode anime after Anime Club had been in a hiatus for so long. I didn't want to come straight in and be like, boom, 50 episodes in a movie. Because I think we're supposed to watch the movie too. Fuller? Is he called the Fur Bradley? I think he is, but that's like, was that not like a normal political label back then? Like Prime Minister? Anyway. So, I didn't want to come in swinging. I wanted to watch the whole thing together because I figured it was probably meant to be watched all together. But I didn't want it to be like some super overwhelming thing for anybody who had been gone for so long. I thought it was just Hitler. I don't think so. Because he used to be the Prime Minister and then he was elected as the Führer, I thought. What is, Führer? It's a German word that means leader or guide in politics. The most widely known title is Adolf Hitler. But Führer Prinzip was the leader principal. What the fuck? Hold on. Never mind. Wait, Führer Prinzip is different from Führer. I imagine they stopped. Oh my god, Hitler viewed Jesus not as a divine savior, but as an Aryan warrior who fought against Jewish materialism. What the fuck? I didn't know that. Jesus fought against Jewish materialism? Okay. Anyways, so this is one of our voting options. It takes the place of a current season anime. So I don't think there's anything from the current season on here. So one of our next voting options is... Why is it revealed? Freyren Beyond Journey's End. This has been nominated for voting before. And I wanted to put it in again because one, it falls into the top anime category, and two, because I do really want to watch it. So this is fall 2023, 28 episodes, rated PG-13, and it has 9.29 out of 10. After a long journey to defeat the Demon King, a group of heroes part ways, their quest finally complete. For the immortal mage among them, however, the years they shared amount to only a brief moment in her endless life. As time passes, and her human companions grow old and die, she begins to regret not valuing their bond more deeply. Seeking to understand the fleeting nature of humanity and the emotions she once ignored, she embarks on a new journey of reflection, connection, and rediscovery, long after the legend has ended. Season 1 is still fresh on the mind. That makes sense. So yeah, I've wanted to watch Freyren for a while, so And it's a top anime, so I thought I'd renominate it. Maybe the second best anime. For me, it's Lord of the Mysteries for first, and third is Geass. Is Lord of the Mysteries new? I know Monster is rated high as fuck, and I haven't heard about it much. But Monster has kept its spot in the top anime. For me, after Vinland Saga, so my third nomination for the retro anime is Cowboy Bebop. This is a spring 1998 anime. 26 episodes. PG-13. There's a boy bent over with his booty on the screen. I didn't even notice that. PG-13, 8.75 out of 10. Crime is timeless. By the year 2071, humanity has expanded across the galaxy, filling the surface of other planets with settlements like those on Earth. These new societies are plagued by murder, drug use, and theft, and intergalactic outlaws are hunted by a growing number of tough bounty hunters. Spike Spiegel and Jet Black pursue criminals. Fuck, did this get a reboot? Am I remembering wrong? Pursue criminals throughout space to make a humble living. Beneath his goofy and aloof demeanor, Spike is haunted by the weight of his violent past. Meanwhile, Jet manages his own troubled memories while taking care of Spike with that and the Bebop. The Bebop, their ship. The duo is joined by the beautiful Connors, Faye Valentine, Oddchild, Edward Wong, Hal, Peplu, Tarufsky the Fifth. What a fucking multinational name, bro. Alright, I gotta go to bed. Bye, everyone, and make sure to vote Geass. Good night, Colossus. In terms of favorite retro anime, I really liked Ergo Proxy. I haven't seen it. I want to. The fourth? I don't know how to read Roman numerals. And Ian, a bioengineered Welsh corgi. What a diverse team. While developing bonds and working to catch a colorful cast of criminals, the Bebop crew's lives are disrupted by a menace from Spike's past. As a rival's maniacal plot continues to unravel, Spike must choose between life and his newfound family or revenge for his old wounds. So these are our 3 anime voting options, and of course we get a 4th special option. So let's spin the wheel that has been pre-spun, but we'll spin it anyways. Let's spin. And we got mystery trailer voting. So what this one means is that I believe, I'm trying to remember the rules I made for myself. So I think this means next voting. Yeah, next Anime Club's voting. After we discuss our 2 anime clubs from now, after we discuss what we watched. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Cause this needs to be voted on. Actually, wait. Cause this is for next. This goes in the votes. This goes in the votes, and we vote on it. How did we do this last time? Last time it landed on OP/ED game, and then you guys voted for that. I thought that this would mean that... What this means is that the voting will be based on like a random anime trailer. So I guess it would be put today. So I would fucking... We randomize, find a random anime trailer to watch. I made this list like a year ago, by the way, and it's never landed on this. I thought, wait, let me go back and look at my spinning wheel. I thought this meant that next week, or after next week, our voting options would be replaced with, we wouldn't have these little info things, and instead the voting would be replaced with trailers, and you guys would vote based on the trailer that we watched. Or you are the streamer. I'm sorry. It's up to you. I know, I'm just debating how I want to do it. Which one sounds more proper? Cause this is meant to take up the fourth option. But also it can decide what we do next anime club. Either way, I'll make the poll. What I'll do is I'll just make this the next voting game. The next voting game we'll have mystery trailers where we watch random trailers and then vote based on that. I just saw the strawberry as a blue color instead. Pain. I'm yelling agony. What? Where? What strawberry? Where's the blue strawberry? Where? I wasn't paying attention. I was expecting you to figure it out. Okay. I figured it out. Oh, strawberry react. Let me see. Like the announcements? I'm curious now. Oh my gosh, I can't find it. I'm lost. It's in the rules. Oh, I see. Announcements rules? Wait, wait, what? Oh, I see. Yeah, making color rules is so tedious. I cannot, like, when you do that shit, I cannot even put into words how tedious it is. To where you don't even be given a shit about what emojis are with what. Some people do. Some people make custom emojis for each role. I can't. It can take hours to do the color rules, and then you do it wrong and you gotta start all the way over. I deeply love strawberries, as well as crows and sakura petals, not gonna lie, deeply symbolic to me. I love sakuras as well. I used to be a sakura girl. I'm glad you like strawberries, though. Perhaps you'll like it here. So I'm gonna make the voting poll. I know what I'm gonna do for the mystery voting now. So we're gonna start a poll. Next anime, and our options are Cowboy Bebop, Freyran. I hope I spelled that right. And code Geass R2. And then we'll start the poll and let that run. I should have had it running this whole time. This is my last slide. So I'll go ahead and take this off the screen. Boop. And I'll let you guys vote for like 5 minutes. You spelled it wrong. I'm sorry. I'm going to finger your asshole, little bro. Hee funny with friends. Yeah. It's diabolical. To see as one of the rules of me bust out laughing. Thank you. It's because we've had people that are like, I don't even know, fucking people that are like, I fingered my girlfriend just now. In fact, my fingers are in her right now. She's twitching on my dick right now, guys. So I wanted to be clear, so there's no confusion on the rules. What level of sexual talk is okay? Flu's gonna be a problem. Flu's been gone. I hit him on the server, but then I unhit him because I wanted to see what he would say about getting kicked. Which I've never been really curious about that before. I knew it was gonna be a problem, bro. I knew it immediately. I was just waiting. Because, dude, if I was allowed, not allowed, but like, if it was like socially acceptable for me to just ban people immediately purely based on vibes, we would not, like, every single person that's ever made a scene in my server would have never been there in the first place, bro. I'm so good at deciding who's a fucking weirdo. Someone didn't vote for code Geass. was her. I haven't voted yet. Are you saying it was the Freyren? No, if I get kicked out of something, I basically just go, it is what it is. Unless I'm friends with everyone, then I'll ironically get emotional, I'm not gonna lie. I would get upset if I was kicked from a server I'm friends with everyone in. But no server that has a reasonable, like, power dynamic has that happen. It's always servers where they just be, like, kicking people based on emotions. And no actual rules. I suppose a true Mossad agent never reveals themselves. I'm gonna have a chocolate Nutella bagel after this. Vibe banning is fine. You're right. I should be allowed to. I should. Yeah, we've had people join and fucking be like, I hope everyone in this server gets fucking hung and raped in the street, all because, like, they got a fucking warning from a mod. And then they got muted and then they lost their mind, bro. They were like, Ichigo, I hope you get fucking raped and gutted. It's like, alright, bro. Okay. If they made strawberry Nutella, I think they do, and it's like, but it's not like cocoa based, it's like random pink goo. Like, we had a guy a grown-ass 30-year-old man that joined, and he was like, please use my bot, and I was like, hey, bro, I'm not gonna, I don't even think I said no. I think he just said, can we find a time to discuss you adding my bot to your server? And I said, I'm a little busy right now. And he was like, oh, if you're not gonna talk about, if you're not gonna put her in my server, or your server, I'm just gonna leave. And I was like, okay, well, if you join my server just to have your bot used and you can get out. And he was like, I'm gonna give you the benefit of a doubt and assume you're oh my god. Anyways, he was like, I'm gonna give you the benefit of a doubt and assume that you didn't mean anything bad by that. And I was like, okay. And then so I banned him because he started getting all weird and being like, you're being so mean to me right now. You're being so mean to me right now. And so I just like banned him because he was 30 years old. And then there was another guy. How many people, like, let me think. It's gotta be like 10 people. The main one is Dingy though. Yeah, he was talking about the bot. Like, he had like an anime girl bot, and I think it was just like a fucking recipes game. I really don't know. But he was like, at first he was like, okay, here's the bot, and he brought it up like a couple times, and he kind of went back to normal because he seemed to like talk with everybody. And he was autistic, so I just like didn't really care. I was like, he's fine enough. It's not like he was being mean. Until he like got really weird about me being like, hey, I'm busy. And then there was this one guy that he asked where I was, and then I think Hyper was like, I think she said she's studying right now, so she's gone. And he was like, I didn't ask you. I want to know where she is from herself. And he was like, I just told you, bro. And he started tagging me, and he was like, I told you. She's busy right now, and you can literally scroll up. You can scroll up and see where she said she was studying and being busy. And he was like, well, I don't know that for certain. And then there was this whole fucking argument where everyone's like, dude, hop off her. And he was calling people mean for telling him where I was in a polite manner. And then he ended up getting muted, I think. Or I think a mod just straight up like kicked his ass. I don't know. Either way. So when my server first came around, I didn't really, because most Discord servers have this sort of like general solid level of like rules where it's like it applies to everybody. If you break the rules, you get a warning, and then you get a kick, and then you get a ban or a mute. And it's like, the more you break the rules, you get this many tries. And all the servers I was in as a kid, they had this fucking like pussy ass method of moderation where they were like, this guy only made 2 rape threats today. He needs 3 rape threats to get kicked. Sorry. We issued a warning though. But then if he does it again, then we'll kick him for a week. and he'll come back. Okay, and it was like, it's so annoying. I hate when servers do that shit. They'll have someone join named fucking Nate Higgers Goy Slayer 67, and they'll be like, yeah, it's in the name, but I mean, he hasn't broken the rules outright yet. And they have this like a bendy ass willy-nilly, and what that means is that they are desperate for people in their server. That's what that means. And so I just it took me a while to figure out what vibe I wanted in my server. And if I wanted it to be a free speech zone, and yeah, we should talk Israel, and yeah, it's a contradiction if we're like blah blah blah, don't say anything political. I don't give a shit. I'm right, they're wrong, ban them. That's it. I've realized what vibe I want my server to have now. And I'm very solid with like how quickly I want action to be taken, basically. I wasn't really sure at first if I wanted it to be like rules word for word, obey the rules. If there's like this little slippery thing you can wiggle past in the rules and make an excuse for it, then maybe you can get away from it, get off scotch-free. But I don't know. I realize that I am a dictator. This is not a democracy. It's a dictatorship, a very corrupt one. And I make all the rules. And sometimes you never know what you need something to be until an incident occurs. Yeah, I have like 3 people that constantly add me and they're like, please let me back in. Please let me back in. And I'm like, no, bro. I don't give a shit if you cut off your arm and you're like, please let me back in, bro. The vibes in the server are immaculate because people like you aren't there. That is why the server is so peak. Because we don't allow people who say they want to rape people in my server. And there are always little tiny red flags where you can tell if someone's gonna make a joke like that. So I ban people based on vibes now. If the vibes aren't right, they're gone. I hate those. He didn't reach the limit. We're not banning him. Yeah, it fucking sucks. I hate it. It's like mods ain't doing shit, bro. Now my mods are like fucking Pacific Rim mechs, alright? My mods are badass. And the dictator part too, yeah. With enough propaganda, we can remove the corrupt part from the corrupt dictatorship. This is a democracy, and everyone who's actively in the server votes on me continuing to be a dictator, and anybody who disagrees is banned. But it is a democracy, don't get it wrong. It is a democracy, and everyone in my server loves how it's operated. Okay, the most insane batshit thing I've ever done was when there was this shit with like the person who was like, I hope everyone gets fucking raped and killed in the server, and one of their friends was still in the server because he didn't break the rules. And the person did invite one of their other friends who was also friends with the I want everyone to be raped person. And this person also made a fake account pretending to be a different person. So I was a little confused now because this person was the only person that was really active in my community. And they had now invited 3 accounts to my server when none of these accounts had ever been in my streams before. And as I've seen, their friend group is the type to make rape jokes all the time. And so basically I banned the account because I thought it wasn't a real person, and it wasn't a real person, it was their account. And then so I let my mods know, and I messaged the other person they invited. I was like, hey, are you a real person? Just making sure, because I don't want like fake people in my server. And not fake in like the terms of like fake friends, but like literally fake people pretending to be other people. And so I was like, hey, are you real? Are you this person's alt? Just let me know. And I was at school, I was already stressed as fuck, and they didn't reply for like an hour, so I just banned them. I banned them. And then one of my mods was like, hey, for future reference, I kind of disagree with banning people if they didn't actually break the rules. And I was like, yeah, but like, I'm like better safe than sorry. And then I unbanned him. I was like, I can admit when I'm wrong, I'll apologize. But I've learned that my vibe detector is pretty good on situations like that. Unfortunately, I've had a Discord account for 10 years now, and I have been in and managed multiple Discord servers, and you can always kind of tell when things like this are going to happen. And if they happen bad enough, bro, if you allow that person to make friendships and get involved with people that are more tolerable to have in your server, they will dismantle your entire server and damn near start an uprising for no fucking reason. When the person that was in my server was always like trying to fucking have a political debate about gay rights every hour, it was insufferable, bro. Everyone was fucking arguing all the time. And then I muted them. I tried to be nice and mute them, be like, hey, can't fucking act like that. And I muted them. And then they just like evaded the mute. And everyone was like, alright. And someone was like, why don't you, like, because I kicked them, other people who had then befriended them were mad at me for kicking them. And then it kind of developed this weird dynamic where they were like, I think this mod kicked them. And then people started getting mad at whatever mod they thought kicked the person. They'd make fucking fan theories about who kicked who. And someone was like, oh, why don't we make a debate and argument channel to channel all the arguments in there? That is the worst fucking idea I've ever heard in my life. And then the person that got kicked said, I have an idea. How about we make some sort of house seating of chairmen who decide when and if someone gets banned and kicked. That sounds good, right? And I said, we already have that. That's called my mod team. And it was just, it's fucking weird. When you allow people like that on your server and then they become friends with other people, you, like, the moment you kick them, it's almost like it drags other people into the situation. And then you have to become a fucking microtherapist and micromanage all these little views. And you have to straight up be like, no, you're not allowed to act that way. And this is a dictatorship. And it's not a free speech zone. And then you make yourself look like a bad guy. So the correct way to stop any sort of dictatorship uprising is to kick anyone who says something that you don't like, and that's what I do. Indeed, and it kind of sucks because I have an extremely high level of tolerance despite being quick to irritation. But you do need to hit that tolerance with a hammer sometimes for the sake of peace, yeah. I also don't really get debate-brained and argument-brained people like that. Well, I do kind of understand it, but it's a feeling I can't quite express. I lack a proper word at the moment. It's people that prioritize their own ego. And they'll put it under free speech, but it's their ego. And they can't help but argue with people. And then they fucking ruin the vibes of everybody who's trying to talk and ignore it. And when you put people like that in the room together, it's just constantly going to be that way. But the person who starts it is always like the one in the wrong, I think. And in this person's case, it was like, even if it wasn't politics, it would be something else. And so you can kind of tell when someone's like that. And that's why I also ban people who come to my server and they're like, I'm so depressed right now. Don't talk to me. I'm gonna hurt myself. I'm gonna do it again. I'm doing it again. I'm doing it again. Don't talk to me. Go fuck your, like, it's like, okay. Have fun hurting yourself on your own, because goodbye. It's like, anybody who does that shit, bro, banned. I'm back. What I missed. We were just talking about how I've run my dictatorship. But yeah, let me see. Let me close out. Oh my god, I'm still black. Let me see if you guys can see my, like, screen. Oh good, you can't. Perfect. There we go, back to normal. Hello. I'm so small today. Alright. Let's see. Wow, code Geass R2 won overwhelmingly. Drivers, it is so free. Free? Like what moves the car? Are you talking about the movie or the class? I hated Driver's Ed, bro. I did pretty well in it though. Anyways, thank you guys for hanging out with me and doing Anime Club and discussing Code Geass with me. We are watching Code Geass R2 in 2 weeks. When does school start? Let me see. 1, 2, okay. It'll still be summer. The course, oh, okay. In 2 weeks, we'll be discussing Code Geass R2. I hope you guys are excited. And let me do the math. So that is, let's do 13 days, so 25 divided by 13. So you would have to watch 2 episodes a day to finish it in time before Anime Club in 2 weeks. Next week we are discussing the spring 2026 animes. I hope you guys are excited. Same time, ideally. Not at 8 p.m. or 8:40 in this case. I have to get a job soon. Oh wait! Yeah, you graduated! And you're not going back to school! That's so scary. Well, I'm going back to school. Lucky for me, I haven't had to experience what it's like to not be in school yet. Aside from the 2-year occurrence. Anyways, I will try to make my schedule this week. It should be easier to keep up with after the roughness of this week and the symptoms. I kill myself if I had to go to college, bro. You know, a lot of people do. A lot of people do that. Senior year. I don't know, because I've never been a senior or a junior. I'm cooked. You got this, Samaj. Yeah, I'm so fucking behind on my major for some reason. I don't know why, because I crammed 2 years in my first year of college, but I'm still behind, so... I don't graduate till 2028, allegedly. Anyways, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I don't know. I think it's because politics, like... Sometimes majors are constantly changing what they need you to do, and they add and remove credits, so... There are some classes I've taken and it doesn't fucking matter. It did matter 2 years ago, and now it doesn't. It was removed. And so... I feel like I'm constantly chasing the new classes they add for my major requirements. It sucks. But anyways, thank you, mods, for making sure everything goes smoothly. Thank you, top chatters. Oh, I see. Oh, high school? That's because I couldn't attend junior and senior year because I was too sick to go. I start school next month. I start on August, I think 24th. Last semester, or last year, it started on the 18th, but it starts on the 24th. Yeah, I was basically stuck at home for 2 years. For junior and senior year. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with me. It's a bit early. What? Do you start in September? Or do you mean the 18th? I'm used to, like, my high school and middle school started in, like, on the 11th or 18th. Next week's my last week of freedom. I can't relate. I got a month left. And I need to do more summer shit, bro. I need to watch more anime. But yeah, I guess we're all getting ready for back to school. And I'm a little nervous, but I have some cool classes planned. But if it gets too hard, bro, I might just drop the fuck out. I'm gonna be completely real with you guys. I might drop out, bro, because I'm going to college in Japan next year anyway. I don't really care. Okay, oh wait, you're not going back to school. What, do you have like a job lined up or like an internship yet? I wasted this summer so much. Dude, I wasted it too, bro. I get so burnt out after school gets out. You promised to stream a fuck ton this summer. I know, I'm gonna try. I mean, I kind of look at summer as like May to August, because in Japan, summer break was through August. So in Japan, my summer break was in August. So I'm still kind of like, oh wow, the best part of summer hasn't even started yet for me. So I'm like, okay, it's like halfway through summer for me, or 3/4 of the way through. I'm gonna stream more though, trust. I'm back. I'm back now, and I'm not going to fucking disappear once the semester starts. That's the difference. I'm locked in, bro. Probably. If school gets too hard and it's like affecting my streams, I'm just gonna drop out this semester. I do procrastinate a lot, did me too. Back to prison. I'm gonna do my best to practice. That's why I've been slow on streaming this summer, because I've been trying my best to get into the habit to where I can do everything I need to do each day or each week. So I ideally every day, or at least 5 days a week, or most days a week, I want to be able to stream. That's my #1 priority. And I want to be able to do whatever chores need to be done, like dishes, laundry, fold the laundry, put it away, clean whatever bullshit, dusty ass shit, so nothing's disgusting in my house. I want to be able to do that because that affects like my anxiety and my stress subconsciously. I used to stream in a cluttered ass room with piles of laundry next to me, and I don't want to live like that. So I'm trying to... I was basically spending like the first month or two of summer going to my doctor's appointments, dealing with a bunch of shit. I had a flare-up, so that sucked, and I was sleeping all the time. And I was trying my best to at least keep my house from falling into disarray. Because streaming is the one thing that I can do, mostly without ever... This week was rough, but in general, as long as I can sit up at my computer, I can stream. And I have this, like, punishment mentality, or some would call it a responsible adult mentality, where I'm like, I know that streaming is, like, a fun thing to do, so I'll kind of try to use it as leverage for doing other things. And, like, oh, I can't stream if my homework's not done, or if I've got laundry to do. Because I know if I get on the stream, I will stream for hours and hours and hours, and then I'll just go to sleep, and I'll be like, it's fine, I'll do it tomorrow, and then I'll wake up, and I'll stream, and nothing will get done. So I kind of have to use it, even though streaming is the easiest thing for me to do, I have to use it as this leverage of like, okay, I can't stream unless I do this. And so I was kind of doing that, and I was trying to get into the habit where every day or week, without fail, I would never enter the next week with a fucking 3-week-old pile of laundry, or a week-old sink full of dishes, or fucking toothpaste and grime in my sink, or a dirty toilet, or a dirty shower covered in fucking hair and conditioner and soap. You know, or like a cluttered ass living room with a pile of laundry in it, like that. Because it's like, I don't know, I'm the firm believer that shit like tinks away at like your actual productivity. Like, it will be in the back of my mind during my stream. So I was basically like, okay, I want to use... Now that school is out, I basically took a month off because a college will fucking suck the life out of you. And I took a month off just to basically get into the habit of fucking showering every day, because college will have you not doing that too. So actually, I made good progress, because last year I would shower like once every 3 days. And so I wanted to get into the habit of first taking care of my body, right? So I was like, I'm gonna take a month-long break to just sleep. And so I took a week of just sleeping in, basically not forcing myself to do anything at all. Since college got out, I was like, I'll take a break. So I took 2 weeks to just kind of relax. And then I decided, okay, here's what I need to be able to do non-stop every day or week or whatever, whenever it needs to be done. So I took like a month to basically ensure that every day I was showering, that every week, every like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, whenever it needs to be done, there's not shitty dishes in the sink, fucking dirty counters, piles of laundry, clutter everywhere, that I can walk throughout my house without dodging a pile of bullshit that I put there that I didn't want to deal with. And then once I got to that point, I wanted to get to the point where I could also study Japanese every day, because I need to study Japanese every day, and study Russian every day. And of course, these are things that other people don't have to do, but it takes me about like an hour or two to properly study Japanese and Russian. And sometimes I'll cut it short and just do like a little bit of review, but Japanese is a non-negotiable. I cannot forget Japanese. And Russian is a non-negotiable for me, because Russian is a personal goal that I've made for myself and promised to myself and promised to a lot of Berrydroids as well. And so that's just something that I would like to ensure that I progress through every day, little by little. So I was working on those. And additionally, I'm stupid as fuck. I'm really bad at math. And I don't think I can avoid that forever. I haven't taken a single math class in my entire college career. And I currently test at a 3rd grade level in math. Actually, I think I'm in 5th grade right now, but basically, I teach myself math on Khan Academy. So now that I've gotten used to doing Russian and Japanese every day, I added in doing a Khan Academy course, and I do like a little class every day, or try to. Right now I'm not very good at it. And I do that, one, to make sure that I am getting better at math, because I want to be better at math, and I want to just get better at intelligence in general. I love Khan Academy, bro. It's great. If I ever become like a big YouTuber and I have the money, I'm gonna donate to them monthly, like a reoccurring payment. And also partially the reason I do the Khan Academy and the reason I force myself to study every day over summer is because I'm trying to get myself used to when the school year starts, because when the school year starts, I'm a fucking ADHD-er and autist, and I fucking hate school. I hate structured learning like that, where you're just kind of fucking dragged along, and if you fuck up once, you'll get left behind. I hate that shit, and I am always behind in school. And so I'm doing this shit so that I know that when school starts, I'm gonna be able to do school and stream, because streaming is a non-negotiable. But also, because I know that I'm so good at streaming every day for a long period of time, I know that I can easily just fucking let my life fall to ruin. And basically, it wouldn't matter. I could stream 12 hours a day, spend the rest of my day editing my streams and spamming shorts and spamming Instagram reels and spamming TikToks, and I would grow and I would get money like crazy. And I know that if I did that, I would be fucking Asmongold and sitting with fucking moldy ass dishes in my sink and like piles and piles of laundry with mice and brown recluses in it. I don't know if anyone else is like that. And because I know that streaming is the one thing that I know that I can do and that I want to do, I kind of use it as this leverage, like, okay, if this shit isn't done, I'm not gonna stream. I need to do this shit to stream, because this shit in turn affects how the rest of my life is going to go. And I need to know that I can like manage it behind the scenes, because even if I do become a big YouTuber and it's my job and that's my dream, I still don't want to live in fucking sloth like Asmongold. So that's why the first 2 months of summer I was like basically just building habits that I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna break these because I want to stream. So I'm not gonna break them. I'm gonna keep up with it. And it's kind of hard. It's hard at points, especially being chronically ill, but that's like blah blah blah, who cares? But and I realize that I do get kind of like, I get burnt out really fast, and part of that is probably just the illness, but I think a majority of it is because it is a lot. I'm aware that learning 2 languages every day and also streaming on YouTube every day and editing every day and networking behind the scenes every day is something that most people don't have to do. And most people just either go to college or they go to work, and then they can just do whatever they want with their hobbies, with their free time after they do their chores. And I'm aware it's a lot to manage, but I want to be able to manage it at the very least. So that's why I would like to be able to be someone who does that, and it's easy to get burnt out when you're not used to doing that all the time. So I'm trying to get used to it, and I there was a time where I was doing basically that much and it was fine, so I know I can do it. And also, when it piles up, it gets harder, and the past 2 years I tend to let things pile up with my procrastination, and it is really hard. So that's why if I don't stream, it just means I'm doing a shit ton of fucking laundry usually, or dishes, or studying. So now I'm at the point where I get all that shit done before stream, or I make sure I have time after stream to get it done, and it gets done, and it's fine. So I'm trying to prepare myself for college, because I know college, it's like I'm getting to a real serious year of college where it's gonna get fucking harder. And I need to be able to do both for now. But also, if I know this is like my 3rd year of uni, I know what I can and can't handle, and if I can kind of foresee if the semester is gonna drag me through the mud. And as I said, if it gets too tough, I'm just gonna drop it, bro. I don't know if that makes sense. I hope that wasn't too long of a long-winded explanation. But that's my priorities. Yeah. Ichigo, you have to grind and become rich and famous so the Berrydroids can stay unemployed. Leech off you. I'll pay all you guys' rent. I wish. I used to do that as well, but for me personally, I realized it was me running from internal issues, so I ended up slowing down and stopping things, and sometimes leaving things done for the next day. Oh, I'm fine with leaving things done for the next day. My issue is that I'll just do that for, like, ever. Makes a lot of sense to me, yeah. I feel like whenever... whenever I'm like, there have been times where, like, I was, like, laying on the couch for days, and my family basically knows that if I'm not streaming, I'm not happy. I become a bitch when I'm not streaming, bro. And So I was really tired. It had been like 3 days since my last stream, and back then in 2024, that was a long amount of time. I streamed basically every day. And I hadn't streamed for 3 days, and I don't remember. I think I was sad about something, but either way, I was sad and stressed, and I was basically laying down on the couch, and my family was like, "You haven't streamed in a while," and it's just funny seeing like boomers be worried that their YouTuber daughter isn't streaming, and they were like, "You haven't streamed in a while. No, why don't you stream? They want you to stream, and you want to stream, and you're not happy when you're not streaming." And I would get so bitchy, where I'd be like, "I know, I'm just taking a break. God," it wasn't quite like that, but it's like oh, it's like. I just know, I don't know if I've fucked up my brain, but I've been streaming since I was pretty young, for streamer terms. And for all of my adult life. And I can do it naturally. I do not get burnt out from streaming, but if I'm burnt out from other things, I get scared that I'm not gonna appear my best, or I'm gonna be like short. And I don't think I've ever been short with you guys, but it's a fear I have. And I used to stream back in 2024. I would stream at fucking 1 a.m. on like 1 hour of sleep, and I would go to sleep, I'd wake up at 6 a.m. and I'd go to school. I'd get my ass to school and I'd do my homework and I'd stream again. And I would be tired as fuck, I'd be falling asleep. There have been streams where I would stream for like fucking 30 minutes and I'd be falling asleep. Or I'd pause the stream and I'd go take a 10-minute nap in between. Or I'd go take a shower in between. And it was fine, nobody cared. Maybe they pitied me a little bit, but it was fine. And I was happy. I don't think streaming sucks the energy out of me. I don't think it does. But I guess sometimes I get worried if it's really bad that I'll look kind of pitiful. So I kind of avoid that. But it is such a natural thing for me that it doesn't bother me in that way. But it is kind of easy because of ADHD to just kind of slip into this habit of like, okay, I'll just take a day off and I'll take another day off, and then also, for some reason, when I'm burnt out, nothing else gets done. So I was like, okay, if I take a day off of streaming, then I need to be doing something else. Or if I take a day off of editing, I need to be doing something else to better my life. And I don't know if that's like a fucking weird-ass mindset. But sometimes I am like, okay, I'll stream even though I've got all this shit to do. And yeah, it's like, streaming is like, even though it's like my job, it's like telling a child to play video games and not go to school. It's like, I know that I can avoid this shit and it's virtually not gonna matter, and I'm gonna get paid for doing it, even if I let my life fall apart in the background. But I don't want that to happen. I don't want to develop the habit of it, I guess. I'm scared of developing the habit of that. And I know that being the type to like take action first and not let it sit and marinate is helpful in multiple purposes for things that I might not even be doing yet. But I've noticed for some reason when I was younger, like 16 to 17, I was working so hard every day, fucking like 12 hours, fucking 14 hours a day, and then going home and doing my high school work, and then studying Japanese, studying whatever else the fuck, and also doing all my other hobbies. I don't know how I did that, and I would work out too. And that's probably not a good work-life balance, but oh, I did it, bro. And so I'm constantly looking back at that, like, wow, how did I do that? Because if younger me knew that I am a monetized YouTuber and I can make money for all this stuff that I do, she would be on it, bro. There would be fucking weekly, bi-weekly, tri-weekly videos. It would be insane, dude. Probably 24 covers out by now, but because when you become an adult, the world makes you fucking... it burns you out so fast becoming an adult, and you're constantly managing all this shit, and it occupies so much space in your mind that it's like even doing what you want to do is tiring. Like watching anime is tiring, which is one of the reasons I did anime club. I started anime club, one, because I wanted other people to have a sense of community, and I wanted a place to talk about the animes that I'm watching, but I also wanted to kind of force my anime, my watching anime into my life, because I was neglecting it. I was so tired that I wasn't really watching it as much. It's like I don't know. And so I've been trying to kind of I constantly feel like a failure when I compare myself to like 17-year-old me, because she was like on that shit, dude, and I was tired as fuck, dude. I was tired as fuck. I was sleeping on the bathroom floor, and I would sleep in my car. I would come home fucking exhausted. And it sounds bad, and I was probably miserable back then, but I look back on that time fondly, and I know now, even though I can't work because I'm a fucking disabled girl, and I can barely go to school, I don't wanna develop these habits of at least not keeping my house under control, because I know so many people would kill to be in my position, to be monetized at all. And the not that I'm not trying to like make myself sound like a fucking billionaire YouTuber, but the rate that I make money on here, it's no like rent payer, but it's an amount of money that is not small for a YouTuber of my size, because a YouTuber of my size is usually at most every year going to make $100 to $300, and it's like I make an insane amount of money for my size of YouTuber, and if I lived in Japan, I'd be living like a queen, bro. And I know most people would love to be in my position, and a lot of people will be like, oh, you just have to sit on the computer and play games and yap. Why can't you fucking get up and do it? And why is your house falling apart? If you're not streaming, why is your house in fucking disarray and there's spiders everywhere? I know it's probably not my fault, but I'm gonna just blame it on the laundry and that they like to live in the laundry. And so I'm like, you know what, you're right, bro. You're right. If I'm going to get paid doing what other people want to do, then I'm at least, at the very least, and if I'm not gonna do that thing regularly, at least part-time hours, then at the very least, my laundry is going to be folded and put away, my dishes are going to be done, my house is not going to stink. It's never stunk, but you know, you never know. You never know if I let it go, if it might. My house isn't gonna stink. My shit's gonna be folded and put away. My room's gonna be clean, at least a little bit. My living room's gonna be tidy. And I'm gonna have all of my habits not neglected. So I'm not gonna forget Japanese, I'm not gonna forget Russian, and I'm going to try to develop the skills that I need to be able to function later in life as an adult who has more shit going on. Because if I want to be a bigger YouTuber, oh, you bet it's gonna get more complicated and more time consuming, and I know there's gonna be all this shit in the background of managing shit and talking to multiple people at the same time if I have multiple projects going on at once, and I have to be able to edit videos and stream and post videos and edit shorts until I get a manager. I need to have the skills to do that and not get burnt out all the time. So that's why I kind of forced myself to be like, okay, Japanese, Russian, Khan Academy class at least every day or at least 5 days a week. And if there's something that needs to be done, do it. And as I said, like, being an adult, you get burnt out easily. I was excited as fuck to get approved for my credit card, alright? And I can use it now. But to use it now, I have to go on the website and set up my account. And that's probably gonna take, like, what, 10 minutes? I haven't done that. I have not done that. It's been 2 days since I got my credit card. I haven't done that yet. Because for some reason, it takes up so much mental capacity to sit at the computer and go to the Amex website and set up my account. And I feel like being an adult is kind of like all these little tiny tasks where, like, when you think of all these things you have to do, you don't do them for like a while. And in reality, it shouldn't take that long. I have a person on the subtitle team that sent me subtitles that need to be looked over probably almost a year ago. And it has been on my wall on a sticky note, review subtitles for that video, for about 9 months. And I don't know, I can't fucking do it. It is in the back of my mind. I am so mad at myself. And I have these planners, and I'll write that shit first thing on the planner every day. Like, I'm gonna get up tomorrow, I'm gonna do this shit, bro. It probably won't take any more than 8 minutes, and I can't. And I don't know if that's ADHD or autism, and I look forward to the day when I can get a manager to do all this little tedious shit. Making the weekly schedule, making thumbnails, scheduling videos, posting stuff on social medias. It's tedious, and I think it falls into like this like... Sometimes if the task is so small, it just kind of like falls away, and it all falls into this little pile of like, oh, it's so simple, I'm just not gonna do it. I'm gonna focus on this big thing that has to be done first, and then that you're like, oh, I don't want to do the big thing, so I'm just not gonna do anything. And if I'm not doing anything, then I'm not gonna stream because I need to be punished for not doing these big things. And there's just this little pile of all these little things that have to be done that's even bigger than the big thing I was putting off, and by now it's all like irrelevant and a fucking year-old. And so I'm also kind of trying to get used to, like, even if something's old as fuck, and it's, like, fucking ancient and nobody cares anymore, it should still be done, which is why I did the winter 2025-2026 anime in the middle of summer, over halfway through 2026, because I still want to do it. It's still something I work on, and it's something I want to develop the habit of doing, to not start something and not finish it, and to also start things in the first place. So one of the reasons I was such a successful streamer, not to glaze, but I think 2024 Summer Ichigo was prime Ichigo, and I'm sure a lot of people agree, because I would get up at 9 a.m. every day, have my coffee, do my Japanese, fucking do my kanji drills, and then I'd stream for like 3 to 6 hours every day, and then I'd go out and do whatever else I wanted to do. And then of course, because I was so used to doing that, when college came around, I handled it pretty well until it just became too much. But one of the reasons I was so successful is, one, because I was in a fucking rivalry with an insane girl from high school, but that's just like a little tiny motivation in the back of my head, right? But if we ignore that part, it's because I had this mentality that even if I don't feel like doing something, I am going to make sure that every obstacle in the way of that thing is removed completely, so that up until the moment it's being done, it's still possible to be done and guaranteed to be done. So every Sunday, immediately after my stream, I would make the next schedule for that week. I would make all my thumbnails, I would schedule them and private them, so all I had to do when I was done streaming was make the next stream public, and boom, that's all I had to do. And it can be hard. It can be hard to do little things like that, because that's like, what, 20 minutes, 30 minutes a day? Especially, of course, I'm aware that, like, I was living with family and stuff. More responsibilities were on me. I didn't always have to fold my laundry. I didn't always have to do the dishes. I didn't always have to pay as much bills as I do now. I didn't have to get groceries as much. Things like that. I'm aware that, like, I had life kind of on easy mode for a young adult. But it's like these little things. It's like these little habits you gotta build. Tiny little things that don't seem that important, but I don't want to let them slip by, because I know they can, like, build up into these giant catastrophes. And the next thing I know, like, a year has passed, and I'm like, oh my god, I forgot Japanese. I can't speak Japanese. So that's my little motivational speech for the day. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. But yeah, I wanted to explain in depth the thought process of why I say things like, oh my gosh, I love streaming, I can do it all day every day, and I don't even want to do anything else. I mean that literally, bro. My life will fall apart at the seams, bro. If I streamed as much as I wanted to. So that's why I use it. I use it as leverage against myself. But then sometimes it gets to a point where, like, I'm just kind of moping. I'm just moping around, not doing anything, and I need streaming to give me a little dopamine boost to get done what I need to get done. And I've finally gotten to the point where if I'm streaming, all my shit is done, or I know it's going to be done after the stream. So yeah, there you could say I've locked in. Let me go back and read everything. I'm sorry if I looked away. I looked over, I was reading what you guys were saying, but I didn't want to lose track. And the kind of similar mindset as you. I don't know if it's I think it's a good mindset. I mean, I'll see how it works out. It's working out pretty good for me. My presentation's been back a week. Congrats! I do procrastinate on washing my blankets because I sleep with 6 blankets. Oh my gosh. I have to sleep with like 6 in the winter. Also, I gotta start studying Japanese because none of my friends want to and they all want to go to Japan. So I'm studying to go with them to make sure they can enjoy their time. Oh, that's sweet. My friends were all like the I want to move to Japan type, and I was the only one that wasn't like that. I started learning Japanese and then moved to Japan just because of some impulsive shit I did when I was 15. One night. I think I did it out of spite. out of spite of my parents because they told me I couldn't do it.
I love you. For realsies.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Toaster. Thank you, thank you. Now you can send the Tommy Victory Royale emoji. And you've got a Tommy next to your username now. Thank you, thank you. What a good friend, Chronis OG. Waking up early is basically a crime. Dude, I get mogged by Japanese me because in Japan, Japanese me, I guess, bro, Japanese me. In Japan, because I wanted to keep my American audience in Japan, I would stream at 7 p.m. CT American time. So I woke up at 6 a.m. and I would stream at 8 a.m. because I wanted to have my homework done for school. So I'd wake up at 6 a.m. I was so fucking... This was when I made the goal to have an American Express card, by the way. I was so fucking like hoity-toity, bro. I would get up at 6 a.m. naturally, by the way. If I slept in, bro, I would sleep until 7 or 8. 7:50. But I would get up at 6 a.m. I would get my coffee, eat my breakfast. I would play fucking chess on my phone like a fucking narc. I would be like sitting, sipping my coffee, watching the sunrise, playing chess. I would scroll through my vision board of 2023 and 2024 with my fucking like desired life vision board. I would do my homework, have that shit done, stream for 2 hours, sometimes 3, and then I would go to school, walk to school, go to school, come back home, do my Khan Academy homework, and then eat dinner. And I think one time I got everything I had to do done at like 8 p.m. And you know what I did? I laid back on my futon. I was like, wow, all my shit is done at 8 p.m. That means I have time to watch Yaoi and Goon, and that's what I did. And I woke up at 6 a.m. I felt well rested, and I did that shit all over again. And I would fall asleep naturally at like 9, and I'd wake up at 6 a.m. And it was great. It was peak, bro. My life was so put together, bro. I would eat fucking gyoza, eat fucking takoyaki. It was fantastic, and I don't know if I'll ever be that way again, but boy was it fun. So I'm constantly trying to get back to how fucking locked in my past self was. But I did mention I have been doing something that my past self never did, where I'm trying to put in part-time hours into YouTube. So I have like 6 hours a day, and then I subtract, if I streamed, I subtract that amount from the 6, and then I spend whatever else amount of time editing or doing whatever background shit I do. And so I've been trying to do that and see how it works out. So that's something that past me never did, so we're gonna see how it goes. I scrolled up and got lost. And waking up early is basically right. Yeah, it's fun when you can do it naturally, though. Also, the same for you for Russian, as you for Russian, both ways with Latin. Oh my god, Latin. Latin's kind of cool because it's like the father of most languages in the West, but it's scary, bro. This guy's the goat. Math, you're just getting cooked, dude. I have a math learning disability, and it sucks, but I'm getting through it. Khan Academy helps an insane amount, bro. Khan Academy made me realize that, like, I mean, as it says when you open the website, you can learn anything. And learning Japanese was the first thing that made me realize that I'm not stupid, and I know how to take notes. And the current, like, education system is just fucked. And secondly, Khan Academy, because it made me realize that I can learn math, and not only that, I enjoy math. I never thought I'd say that. That I enjoy learning shit that I don't understand. And I've been trying to read more this year too. And I have been. I've been reading. Toaster, you're like 6 years ahead of any other American school. You're a beast. Toaster is a beast. I also hate structured learning. I've learned way more being able to go off on my own, but I do kind of miss being able to talk to people as we're learning things and challenging interpretations. I agree, bro. I like the social aspect of school, but I don't like this, like, you have to learn at the exact same fucking rate as everyone else. Not to mention PE class. Yeah, bro, every single human is going to have these same physical abilities, And if you can't do it, you just get yelled at until you throw up. You're forced to do it until you throw up. Yeah, there's no such thing as POTS or blood pressure issues or asthma. Those are all just another way to say a skill issue. Keep running. But yeah, I can't believe that we have evolved in science and neurology to where there's all these tests and semi-scientific back tests where you can see and kind of put people into categories of how their brain processes and what their brain type is and what their personality type is. And you can literally test them and see their skills and strengths and where they struggle. And we literally could, instead of having a more graded structure, put people in classes that fit where their level is and focus more on their needs. And we could do that, but we don't. We don't do that. We just treat everyone the same. You know why? Because they're trying to make everybody workers. That's why. Get a roommate to do all that. I feel like if I had a roommate and I was making bank, I feel like they'd be fine being my roommate. I kind of want a roommate to save money, but I just get so scared. I hear so many roommate horror stories, bro. Okay, good. I read this part. I only didn't read the part up there. I'm not too far behind. I can actually relate to quite a bit of it in slightly different ways. I'm glad. I'm glad I'm not like a weird alien. Can definitely relate. Yes, waking up so damn early is unfair. I hate like my sleep schedule being forced into anything that I don't want it to be. I have to admit, the most bouncy part of your avatar always confuses me. I'm sorry. I rigged it wrong. It's supposed to be as jiggly as my hair. It really is. I don't know why they're so fucking jiggly, but they're as jiggly as my thighs are. So they're kind of together in this aspect, right? Should I show my feet too? Because I never show this shit. Footsies. Wait, they're not on the screen. Here we go. Hooray! I never show this shit, bro. Remember when someone called me a pedophile for having jiggly thighs? No, they call me a pedophile because some of the kids in my chat would say that my model is attractive. I lost where it was. Random kid, you made me sound like a failure. I'm sorry. I was just locked in, bro. I was powered purely by hatred and rage and vengeance and spite. Taking action. I struggle a lot with not taking a first step into something difficult, uncomfortable, etc. I'm always jumping into something that will cause me to fail. Something about feeling. Yeah, I relate, bro. It was really hard to like get burnt out and just kind of like not be as productive as I was. Not saying that like the prime ideal image of productivity that everyone should strive for is fucking streaming and editing and learning 2 languages at once and working full time and working out and doing all this shit. That the prime productivity is just making sure that you're making a step towards your goal every single day, no matter how small. That day you did something differently that put you a little bit closer, and that's one of the mindsets I had very firmly when I was very productive, which is why I kind of struggle now, because I kind of fell out of that mindset. I kind of developed this mindset where I'm like, okay, if I'm not making reasonable progress, then it doesn't matter. And I would be so burnt out to where I would use so many like hacks for ADHD, like, oh, make a time block. I feel like ADHD, I'm constantly chasing after whatever I planned, and then it gets moved to the next day, moved to the next day, moved to the next day, instead of just getting up and just starting over, or not catching up and just doing it at my own pace. But also, I developed this mentality where it's like, if it's not, or they'll say like, make a checklist, make a goal, do this much in this amount of time, and it just never worked for me. It never did. The only thing that worked for me was having this mentality that even if you learn fucking 1 word a day, even if you do 1 flashcard a day, if you do the tiniest, most minuscule thing, it's still good. And I made ironically made more progress thinking that way than I ever did trying to do more than that. And sometimes I have to like hack it, and I'll be like, okay, I don't want to fucking shower. I don't want to fucking wash my hair. I'll put like a face mask on that has to be washed off. And so I'll have to get in the shower and wash it off because the autism hates washing the face over the sink and getting fucking water everywhere. Hates that shit. I would rather be in the shower and just let the water run over my face. So I do that because it's like I have to shower. And then sometimes I'll make myself work out and get all sweaty, so then I'm disgusting and I have to shower. And one of the methods I used when I was like 15, when I really didn't want to shower ever, was I would come home and I wouldn't let myself do anything until I showered. And for a while, I wouldn't even let myself leave school until my homework was done. So it'd be like, oh shit, you're gonna miss the bus? Well, you better hurry the fuck up then. I would not go home until my homework was done. And that was, I always had bad grades. I always fucking sucked. But that was one of my most highest rating years in school. Was having this mentality. So sometimes I'll try to do something where something has to get done in order to go to the next part that also has to get done. So that's one of my hacks. Yeah. And I try to, I've been better at it now, as I said, ever since I spent like the 2 months of summer to make sure that I'm doing all this shit that I need to do. It's so easy to be like, oh my god, I have to fold the laundry. I have to do this shit. And this shit sucks, whatever this shit is. And I'll be like, well, I better start the load then. Even if I don't want to do it, that load's gonna get started. Or I better do this. You just gotta do it. And it sucks. But it's better than being procrastinating. It really is. I don't know what it is, but I like feeling and learning. I like to learn. I realize that a lot, that I really love learning. I'm constantly reading and looking for information to put in my brain and become the best version of myself. Watching anime is tiring for me as well. It used to not be. I think it's just like, it's like, it feels like you have no time to yourself as an adult and like late teen, that like, you just don't want to do anything. And it's also partially because of like short form content and how it's way easier to just fucking doom scroll for 2 hours and piss your day away and your life. But it's like I gotta do it because I used to do it, and I know that I enjoy doing it, and I'll be happier after doing it. I'm always tired, but me too. I don't understand people who say they don't know what to do with their free time. My main problem is finding more time in the day to do things. I don't have time for a normal 24 hour day. Me too, bro. I wish the day was 34 hours. I really do. I wish humans lived longer. I mean, we live pretty long, and a lot of people have miserable long lives, but working forever. But I wish we lived longer and had more time for our freedoms and our hobbies. These days, I've just been playing the Binding of Isaac and watch Geass, and then hang out with my friends if they ask. What's reasonable? Oh my god, I teleported down! What happened? Where was I? Okay. I'll try to hurry up, guys. I'm sorry I'm reading so slow. I hate the idea of credit cards. I've never used one and never will. But also, yeah, the mental capacity thing is something I struggle with at times. That was how I was. I was like, dude, I'm never going to use a credit card ever. But I realized I wanted to go to a Delta Sky Lounge and have benefits, so now I have one, and I don't hate it. It's helpful. It's helpful if you use it right. Realest thing of all time. But that one video, which one? Which one? All the things you're saying, Ichigo, is true. I'm so glad. Truth Nuke. Yeah, I feel that. There are a lot of things I wanted and needed to do as well, but just ended up not doing for whatever reason. Started trying to use a planner as well, but helps but not foolproof. Yeah. I'm still learning. I think I like checklists better. And I have a planner, and it's like weekly. And I kind of struggle because I'm like behind. But what I do is I just go through it in order anyways. Like, I'm fucking 3 weeks behind on my to-do list. But it's fine because I go through it when I can. No, because you're always moving forward. Thank you, Hyper. You're doing better than me. I've never been able to speak Japanese. You're doing better than me. You finished your N5 deck. I've never finished an N5 deck. You're very driven. You've got a system that's been working, so you got more discipline than I do. Bro, you graduated college. At least you don't got shit grades like me. I'm working on it though, because I have this mentality now of like, not quite, but one of my driving reasons is that all of these people on YouTube have been rooting for me for like 4 or 5 years now, and I don't want to be that one person where people are like, yeah, she's gonna get there eventually. I want them to be like, see, I told you so. I told you could do it. I told you she could do it. I want people to be like, okay, I was watching her since day one, bro. And not only that, I just don't want to be like a little pitiful person. I don't want to be someone who's constantly having their life falling apart. Not that it's entirely my fault, but I don't want to be that person. So I have this mentality of like, okay, better get that shit together. At the very least of it, like, progress. Not gonna lie, the thing that keeps me motivated is something I say. You never know if you'll be the only person to see the flower, so why not take a moment to admire its efforts? That's sweet. It's the friends we made along the way or something like that. Enjoy the journey. Which I apply to ideas, people, work, motivators, etc. All sorts of manner of thing in life. Those are maintain principle. Disciple. I don't know why I read those principle. That's true. Or discipline. Hello, Nepu, how are you? And finding all these buttons, Tommy Victory Royale. I just have some basic shield next to my name. No, you got the golden strawberry. That's not the mod shield. What? That's the golden strawberry. Golden strawberry, and then you can upgrade to a diamond strawberry later. Yowie. I've never taken notes, to be honest, bro. I still have my shitty high school notes that were basically nothing. It took me a while to learn how to take notes, and honestly, I don't really use them. They're kind of a waste of time. But it depends. It makes me feel productive. And it helps if you have to actually study for a final. I hated PE and JROTC so much. I would be hospitalized every week in my freshman year and almost died a couple times in marching band. But I was forced into those things by the school. What the fuck? JROTCS sucks. Unironically, common grass will put me in the hospital. Exactly right, so real. Vtubers when they move a micrometer. I don't have reason to show my full model all the time. My full body. PDF for jiggly thighs, I know. People let you in a pedo for any reason these days. I know, right? They just call everyone a pedophile. Flashcards, sat. Something that has helped me always get up is something a character I wrote said, "You're right, what kind of a father would I be? I have an example to cite you all," which has inspired me to remember. I kind of feel that way towards like wearing my natural hair. This is like completely off topic, but for those who don't know, if you've ever wondered why black girls wear wigs all the time, yes, it's partially for self-expression, and some would say because it's easier and cheaper or whatever. And I might get flamed for saying this, but it's because of insecurity. It's because of insecurity. It's because the black community had our hair made illegal and we were bullied and made fun of our hair. And frankly, a lot of older people just have no fucking idea how to do our hair anyway. So they'll put relaxers on it, which were also created by racists, to detexturize our hair and damage it so it's less coily. Because the tighter the hair, the more undesirable you are, something like that. So a lot of the black community, we just don't wear our natural hair out, and I was a victim of that. And some people will lie and say that if they don't wear the natural hair that comes out of their scalp ever, that it has nothing to do with insecurity, and nothing to do with the hundreds of years of racism and structural racism and propaganda against black hair, and they're just stupid. I hate to say it. And maybe one day as a community we'll get to the point where we're ready to have that conversation. But for now, if I said this on TikTok, bro, I would get doxxed immediately. Immediately. But anyways, I had this kind of mindset because every girl I talked to and myself, when I would ask them and we'd ask ourselves, why am I always wearing my hair straight? Why can't I wear the curly hair that comes out of my head? Why do I feel uglier with curly hair? It's because we never saw natural hair ever. Every woman before us either had relaxed hair or a wig or straightened hair. And they'll say this, and they'll be like, well, now I just don't wear it because I don't want to stand out, because that's what everyone else is doing. Everyone else is wearing wigs and everyone else has relaxed hair. Now it's more, there's like this whole natural hair movement, but back in the day, bro, it was rough, bro. And so I was like, you know what? Even if I feel ugly back then, not now, even if I feel ugly with my natural hair, and when it shrinks and it poofs out into an afro, I am not, be racist be damned, I am not gonna be one of the reasons that a little black girl looks at me and goes, well, she's not wearing her natural hair out. No one else is, so I'm not going to. I am not going to continue that cycle. I'm going to be the reason that a little black girl looks at me and goes, okay, that's my hair type. I see it. Other people do wear it. I'm gonna wear it too, because other women are wearing it. No matter how fucking ugly I feel, no matter how much I don't want to get up and do it, no matter how much I don't want to get up and take care of it that day, oh god, Lord help me, it's gonna be done. It's gonna be done because you're setting an example for others. There ain't a damn black girl in this chat, but oh boy. Let it be known in the VOD, bro. It's great advice. Set an example for other people. Doing stuff that sucks is a better feeling than procrastinating. Yeah. Sometimes, dude, I have sat next to my laundry. I came home from school last semester. Last semester was rough, but Christmas, right before Christmas break, my classes were putting so much work on me. I was crying all the time. And I had just washed my hair, and if it wasn't made obvious, I have a big ass afro. And I had washed it the day prior, and it takes me about like an hour to wash my hair, to fully detangle it and style it. And especially as a chronically ill person, it's just rough, bro. It's rough. And during the college year, sometimes I just don't have the time to do it, and 2 weeks will go by and it will be even harder to do. So I had just washed my hair. It was all detangled, and I went to school. It was winter. It was fucking windy. I was already miserable and tired because winter just sucks the life out of me. It's really hard on my body. And for whatever reason, it was windy as fuck, and it basically picked my hair out for me. It blew my hair out, and I had a giant fucking afro. Not that that's like a bad thing, but that's not what I was trying to do. That's not what I was trying to do that day. I was trying to get home and do what I had to do, and I had basically like a ×2 the usual size afro that was in my face, surrounding my eyes, overstimulating me, and it was already tangled because the wind poofed it out. And for whatever reason, whatever I put on it the day prior didn't really help, so it was basically a dry, tangled, matted mess immediately after I washed it and detangled it. And I was like, great, all of my efforts down the drain. And so I came home with my fucking big ass tangled hair, and there was a pile of laundry that had been accumulating on the floor, and I just sat next to it and I just cried, bro. I cried for an hour straight. I could have done the laundry in an hour, but I just sat there and cried because I knew I would have to do the laundry, and I would have to wash my hair, and because my hair was picked out by the wind outside, that it was going to take 2 times longer than usual. And after all of that, I probably wouldn't even have time to do my homework. I was going to be up late again doing homework, and I just cried, and it sucks. But sometimes you just gotta cry. Sometimes you just gotta cry and do what you have to do. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if you guys can relate to having a giant afro that takes 2 hours to detangle, but I hope I put it into words that are understandable. All my success is based on procrastinating, so I don't think I'm gonna stop. What? Based on? Like your major? I wish we were all Freyren. Oh yeah, Freyren. I was gonna say, does Freyren get shit done? But you're saying she's immortal. Short form content is diabolical, especially intellectual brain rot. That's short form. You know, all the kinds of AR, like pop psychology. Dude, I hate that shit. I was at an event, and there was a kid in front of me. Just like, he was big enough to be walking on his own. He was just sitting in like a fucking, what is it called? Wheelbarrow. And his parents were just hauling him around, and he was not even looking up at the event that was for kids. It was some crazy shit. It was some guy on a stilt-sized, what is it, unicycle that was juggling. It was crazy. He was juggling knives and shit. Kid didn't look up once, bro. And he was just scrolling and scrolling on his tablet. Just fucking short form slop shit. It was awful, bro. And I was just verbally fucking insulting the parents too. I was just like, Jesus Christ, dude. Badass parents making a brain dead child. Bro's not gonna have any memories of this day too. Told me you did finish in 5 deck though. I thought I did, but then it put more cards in there. I don't like saying they'll get there eventually. I like sitting there trying to experience the journey with them. I prefer thinking of them as they are now and admiring the person they are now. Yeah. Doesn't remove potential or anything like that. I can see it. But I don't let my projection on their potential affect my view of them. Oh my god. What the? Wait, no, there's no D there. What the fuck? I can't read. Utrum. Jesus Christ, why can't I fucking read? Utrum. Yeah. Okay. Приветики. I don't know why that took me so long. Приветики, как дела? Доброе утречко. I think. Я думаю. That was something to default shield because it's so small. The blue one is the mod shield. The strawberry, the gold strawberry is just a gold strawberry. The only notes I still have. Okay, I finally got to the bottom of the chat. I was catching up. The only notes I still have are French, I think. Oh, I hated learning French. I think for quantum physics as well. Quantum physics is cool and scary. Not gonna lie, I'm a bit insecure about my hair, but it's because I'm a guy and I have some extremely long hair down to my waist. So I feel like I need to always take care of it and I can't use too much or too little shampoo and conditioner, and constantly try to measure it from the bottle. Every guy I know with long hair is constantly insecure about it. They're like, oh my god, it doesn't look good. I want it to look like this guy, and they point at like some random actor's hair. I think it's funny. This is exactly why I say what makes someone truly human is love and hope. With enough hope, everything's possible. This is true, or I would say determination and ambition. My biggest problem in high school was doing homework, not gonna lie. I'd always get perfect scores on everything in my class itself, but I never did homework, which is why my average grade was a B. I did all of the homework and got hospitalized because I was so stressed out and had no time to myself that I couldn't eat or shower or poop, and then I got fucking hospitalized. Because I had the parents and the teachers that were like, you need to sit there and do your homework. You can't just... Because for a second, dare I say, maybe I shouldn't risk my health for fucking grades that don't matter. That was not the general consensus. Consensus? And now I know. I mean, obviously, we know now what my issue is, that I don't have enough time in the day. That I fall asleep more than other people. All these other shit. But at the time, I didn't know that, and I was basically forced to perform at the same level as other kids with my multiple mental learning disabilities. So I just got hospitalized, and then and only then were they like, okay, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I would do all my homework, and I would get shit grades, bro. I would get yelled at by my teachers. They'd be like, you are not trying hard enough, and I'd be like, oh my god, I'd procrastinate on everything, and it always came out fine. So there's no reason for me to stop. Oh, I see. Not gonna lie, I get nervous whenever I see my nephew with a tablet because I'm afraid he'll get brain rot. But he's actually a really smart kid, so things seem good so far. It's like when I see millennials and they let their kids just sit and do short form content, it's so bad. It's confirmed so bad for their brains. I'm always trying to not scroll, and I think Reels is fine. I have an easier time being like aware of the moment in Reels and like knowing how long I've been on it. I don't really know why that is, but on TikTok, bro, I can piss like a day away. But Reels, it's like max 30 minutes. Maybe an hour if I'm high and giggly. But I've never spent like hours on Reels that I have on TikTok in the past. If I study and grind till I go to the hospital, I would have a fire comment essay. I mean, I haven't written an essay about it. It would be quite the interesting essay that my own Persona 4. I think I've written an essay on Geass before, but my school deleted it. Consider doing Persona 2, but I have no clue how to word my essay for what they're even looking for. I need to finish Persona. I know Bruno suggested I play it, but then he said that it's hard as fuck. And that he understands why I'm struggling so hard with it, with the gameplay. Okay, I'll wrap it up. I'll do what I said I was gonna do. And eat my bagel. Because all I've had today is a date and coconut water. But I hope you all enjoyed our little philosophical conversation watch 2 episodes of Code Geass R2 a day to make sure that it's done by the 2 anime clubs from now. And thank you, mods, for making sure everything goes smoothly. I appreciate it a lot. I hope you guys have a great rest of your days and nights and 24 hours. I need to reschedule all the streams that were canceled this week. Or last week, I guess. So I'll put this on the schedule. The schedule will come out soon. And yeah. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'm hoping that my opinion on Code Geass has changed. And I'll see you guys later. No more streams today, I don't think, but I'll see you guys later. Tomorrow. Have a great rest of your days and nights and 24 hours. And ja mata ne. Bye bye. Paka paka.